which terrorist was the most intimidating?
There's some ugly people doing ugly shit. His whole intent was to kill Americans. So they do what they can, and he gets there. They get him out of the car, got his hands in his pockets, and they're yelling at him to get his hands out of his pocket. And that's when he decides to crank off his vest, kill 7. My 4 guys, 3 are dead, and 1 is injured. That's the nature of the business that we were in. People make decisions, and sometimes people get hurt, and that's what happens. There is a right and wrong, even if we're going to kill people, right? Bad guys are bad guys. They don't have rules like we do. Bottom line is, if they're on the bad guy list and you're asked to go after them, then you go after them.
What was the darkest day?
Well, that was screwed up. I never want to experience that again.
Bob, Ninja, Robert, Bobby, Black Sheep, many names, one man. I'm very excited to chat with you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's
Thank
good
you
to be
so
here.
much for being here, man. You have maybe the most fascinating, turbulent, up and down military journey of anyone I've ever heard. I mean, fascinating, from going AWOL, Delta Force, GRS, Ranger training. You've done everything, and you've also done more things than you haven't. You know what I mean? You've done training for programs that you never even went into. You've been involved in missions and operations that are just absolutely fascinating. So I just want to start. How does a Southern California Chicano guy get into Delta Force? How does this journey start?
So that's a great question. I stumbled upon every bit of it. So I didn't even think I was going into the military. So that was step 1. And that was just changing job careers, just career paths at a young age, 18 years old, not really focused on anything. Joined the military. And then from then on, it was just one thing after another. I want to do this. I want to do that. So in my recruitment, my initial recruitment into the Army, I literally want to do everything in the room, posters of everything in the Army. Jump out of planes, drive tanks, shoot guns, look cool. And that's what I was not focused at all on any particular career path. And my dad gave me the recommendation. He's like, well, hey, if you go in the military, great. Support you. If you don't, I support you. Still love you the same. But he said, if you go in, do something that's going to be of value on the outside. I was like, all right, well, I don't know what that is, but we'll figure that out. And he was in construction. I did construction, summer jobs and stuff like that through high school. So I was like, well, let me look at the engineer field. And I actually went into the Army as an engineer initially. But I still wanted to do all the stuff that I've seen on the posters in that recruiting office.
Right. And you're seeing these posters because I guess you have family that was in the military as well?
So most of the folks, so Southern California, the Marine Corps and the Navy are big down there. So most of them are former Marines and Navy. Got a few Air Force guys in there. And only one person I knew that was in the Army at the time was my older sister. And she loved it. She was in Germany, and she loved it. She's the one that said, hey, join the Army.
Oh, interesting.
And get to Germany, and you'll love life. I was
and
like,
what was her role? What was she doing?
She was in the medical field. I'm not sure exactly. She was in a medical unit most of the time in Germany. And most of her career, I think, was in Germany. She loved it over there. And she just bounced around different bases in Germany for a long time. Ended up at Fort Bliss, Texas, I think, was her last duty station, and then got out from there.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And your dad was supportive of the military, despite he never was in it, or?
Yeah, he did. He was in the Marine Corps.
Oh, okay.
I think most of my uncles went into the Marine Corps. I can't think of one that didn't.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and if they didn't go into the Marines, they went in the Navy. So I have cousins and uncles and all that stuff. He went one or the other. And I think most of that was to hopefully get stationed in Southern California and still be close to home. But I think it just worked out that way.
Yeah. And now, do you feel like most of your family's desire to join the military was, because it was a thing to do? It was another path other than college? Was it extreme patriotism? I'm going to serve my country? What do you feel like the motivation was for?
I think it was probably several things. One, so I'm 3rd generation Mexican. So it's kind of do things for your country, right? Do things for your country now that you're in the United States. From my grandfather to all my dad and my uncles. And it's the right thing to do. Because this is where we are now. So get your butt in the military, right?
That's cool.
And earn your way in, into the country. And they were all born in America, so they're all citizens. But so it was from that. I mean, my grandfather wasn't in the military at all. But he thought that was the right thing to do. While you're here, now we're here in America, join the military. That's what you do. Do this for your country, establish yourself. Yeah. And then they all wanted to. And being in Southern California, the Marines are there on the high school campuses, and, that's pretty much what you see.
Right.
And yeah, it was pretty motivating. They just wanted something to do, like discipline and all that stuff.
But was there any other thing when you were in high school you're like, okay, maybe I go in the military, but maybe I do this other thing? Was there anything else that like called you in any capacity?
No.
Oh, really? Like not in sports. You weren't like, oh, I'm going to play baseball. I'm going to do something.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I thought I was going to do all that stuff.
Like what? What was the other thing? Like even as a young kid, you're like, oh, that's what I'll do.
So, well, growing up in Southern California, I was around the movie industry. So even in my neighborhood, there was actors and stuntmen and stuff like that. So there was I thought that was a path. I really honestly thought like the stuntman side of the Hollywood was where I was headed. There's a stuntman down the street, a couple of actors in the neighborhood, and they were just normal people to me. And I didn't even know they were actors until my parents, hey, he's on whatever show, like one of the guys in Gunsmoke. Because some of the older movies, right, the cowboy movies and series, the stuntman he was doing, that was when, oh shoot, the $6 Million Man series was on.
Yeah.
So he was always on that. Him and his, I mean, the movies back then, all the Clint Eastwood movies, he was in all those. So subsequently, a lot of the famous people that he was working with were at his place. He had a little studio and everything in the back. He had little trampolines and things to do stunts on, and then we'd do the same thing on bicycles, ride them off of jumps and do crazy shit. So I honestly believe that was where I was going, because those are the people I was hanging out with. Yeah, and then I don't know what happened, but yeah, I just lost interest in that at one point. Then got into the whole high school thing and sports, and wasn't really good at any one of those. I was trying to figure out what I was going to do. Right?
What sports did you play?
Football and baseball.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, the big ones. But it's Southern California, so I honestly enjoyed the volleyball side of things, right? And they played. It wasn't that big, like collegiate volleyball teams and stuff like that. So I really didn't think that was going to be prosperous at all.
That's why when in the military, you saw Top Gun.
But
You're
I
like,
liked it.
dude, I'll play volleyball. Yeah, I'm going to play professional volleyball with Top Gun. That's interesting.
I feel the need, right?
Yeah.
No, so I just liked that. I just liked the aspect of beach volleyball was big, but not collegiate, even high school stuff. I was a tennis player. A lot of folks in my high schools were playing tennis, and that was the big thing in Southern California. It didn't interest me whatsoever.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And what do you think about like the early like army marketing, like those posters you were seeing of guys, going through the swamp with their rucksacks and all this stuff?
Yeah.
What about that do you feel like drew you in as like a young dude?
I just thought it was cool.
It's just awesome.
Yeah. So, I mean, I grew up watching all the war movies and all that stuff. John Wayne, huge fan. Yeah, I saw all those things. So, but I never really thought when I was watching those things, that's what I want to do. I just thought it was cool.
Right.
So going into this recruiting office eventually, it's like, oh, he's doing all the cool stuff that, they do all the cool stuff that I've been watching on TV this whole time. And that's what I didn't know you can't do all of that to a certain extent. But yeah, as soon as I got in the Army and I was an engineer, and that was kind of so you have to score higher. You either go into a field, medical field I was looking at too. So you have to score higher on the entrance exams, the ASVAB and all those kind of things, and have a decent history and all those other things to get into those things. Or you go in infantry, right? You're a grunt, right? You didn't pass that test. You scored low on this. You don't know math or English. Yeah, go be a grunt.
Yeah.
But apparently I scored high enough to get into the engineering, and that's how I went into the Army. But still, I was always thinking. So the big commercial at the time for the Army, what was Be All You Can Be,
Right.
right? I thought it was a cool commercial, but the Marine Corps always had better commercials. They still do.
That's how they get you.
Yeah, yeah. Dragon Slayer stuff. I mean, they do. But that one in the Army back then, that was the one I was seeing all the time. Just stuck in my head, be all you can be kind of thing.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, that sounds cool.
But you never had an aspiration of like, oh, this is going to be my career. You're
No.
like, I'll do this for a couple years
Yeah.
and move on. Open a construction company, like do something else, like my dad.
Yeah, exactly. But he said, do that, do something that's going to be worth your while when you get out. I was like, okay. And then that was engineering all day long. Did it, loved it in the Army. So there's some places you can go in the Army that you don't, in that career field, that you don't actually do a lot of your job because there's no engineering work. I lucked out. So I had a lot of work. Fort Meade, Maryland. You wouldn't think there was some construction, big heavy construction equipment engineer work, but build the roads and airfields is what the Army does. That's what you make. Upgrading the roads on Fort Meade on the range. It's like, so there was work every day. It snows occasionally in Maryland, so there's snow removal, those kind of things. So these are all very tangible things I can use on the outside. And so I loved it. I was getting to know the job and all those things, and be a little bit more proficient than some of the folks that are entering from the civilian side into that career field.
Sure.
So that was going to be a leg up when I got out. But my dad also said, don't get out of the military. And I'm only guessing why he said it, but that there may have been something he wanted to do and then didn't, and then regretted it, right?
Yeah. What do you think
Just
that
a
was?
guess. Well, I don't know. Because he got into a lot of trouble when he was in the Marine Corps. So
oh, really?
I'm not sure if, I think he was an MP.
What is that?
Military police.
Okay.
But ended up on the other side of the lockup than being an MP. He got into a little trouble, gained and lost some rank. He had a good time in the Marine Corps. And I'm just guessing, but what the other thing that he told me, other than get something that's going to be marketable on the outside, he said, don't leave without like wanting to do something. Like if you see something you want to do while you're in the military, get it done, because you won't get another opportunity. So 20 years later, that's how that happened. Every 4 years I was looking at, well, what else do I want to do, right?
Yeah.
Before I leave, what itch do I have to scratch, right? And then it was jumping out of planes. Then it was getting to Ranger Battalion and all those kind of things, right? I was like, yeah, let me try that. So raise my hand again, take another 4 years, and then try the next 4 years at something, right? And just wanting to do exciting things, I guess, too. Jumping out of planes and doing all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. It's cool you took your dad's advice. Like, I don't think many 17, 18-year-olds would hear their dad's advice and be like, you're completely right. I will listen to what you're saying. You know what I mean? I think there's an inert rebelliousness to that adolescent period.
Yeah.
Were you and your dad really close?
Yeah. No. Yeah. I reference a lot of things, even simple little things, driving stuff. Even teaching my kids eventually how to drive, as I resorted right back to what he told me. Because eventually, even the older I get and more, then I become a parent and everything else, and understand, parenting. And now I'm understanding more his perspective on why he said what he said, right? And why he did what he did. I was like, oh shit, that makes perfect sense now.
Yeah. You've become him.
Yeah.
You're like, wow.
Yeah.
I'm there.
And I find myself saying the same thing. So I was like, okay. But with, my kids are funny. They say that because I always have like a disclaimer. You know, it's like, I know what you're going to be thinking, but I got to say this because trust me, you're going to think this is the right thing to do at one point. Maybe not right now, but you're going to get it. It's going to click. Just listen to me for a second. And my daughter's really good about doing stuff like that. She's like, yeah. Now she recalls those things, and she's like, yep. I totally get it now. Now that she's now an adult, has kids and all this other stuff, she's like, yep, I did the same shit.
It's so weird how the whole thing is like circular. You know what I mean? Like your parents tell you some shit and you're like, all right, whatever. And then you become them and you're like, this is what it's supposed to be. Like it all clicks and makes sense once you hit that point. And
I lucked out. I mean, I you know, my dad was a great guy, total role model. Like, so John Wayne was like my movie hero and my childhood and all that stuff. But I still say today, my hero is my dad. He went through so much shit, and 5 kids. All of us grew up great, had careers. I totally appreciate him more obviously now.
And he did it on his own.
Yep. He had a lot of help. So, typical Mexican family, huge families and cousins and uncles, and everybody helped. So everybody pitched in. He had a lot of help from his sisters and all my aunts, and they all pitched in when they could, you know, because we were in the San Fernando Valley in LA. Most of my other extended family were mostly in on the other side of the mountain, Santa Monica and those kind of areas. And so that used to seem like a long commute. I don't know what it's now, but now it's not, nobody even thinks about it. But they came out, spent some time with us and helped us, cook meals for us and all those kind of things. So I learned how to do all that stuff. And we just all mostly, we contributed, learned how to cook and those kind of things. And every once in a while, I think I guess individual responsibility and accountability is the biggest things I think I take away from my whole childhood. I loved it. Had some great times, bad times, my mom dying and all those kind of things. But I think that from my dad, that's what kind of I got out of that whole thing, right? Just be accountable for yourself, be responsible, because be responsible because you're going to be held accountable kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
And he was not, strict disciplinarian, right? But not heavy-handed. He just held you to, he just held you accountable.
Consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah, just extremely consistent.
Yeah, with all of us.
And how old were you when your mom passed away?
10. Yeah, and she was a big influence up to that point too. So that's the other thing about, I think, that's where I get all that stuff. Like, be responsible, do responsible things. Of course, I've done irresponsible things as well. That's what you do sometimes, right? But be accountable. And I at least pride myself on that. So even when I did screw up, I was like, all right, I own it.
Yeah.
Right. And then just suck it up and take what's coming, right? Take your punishment.
Yeah, I wonder, do you think in hindsight, your mom passing away at that time made you a bit more independent? Do you feel like it woke you up in a way to the reality of the world and kind of hardened you? Like, how do you think that affected you at that time?
I don't know. So that's a good question. Because there's certain things that, wouldn't wish that on anybody at any age for their parents to pass away, but we had to learn we had to grow up a few years faster than we all wanted to, right? We're responsible now. I honestly didn't see that as a burden. So I had 2 older sisters, 2 younger sisters. It was just, okay, this is what we got and let's do it, right? Of course, I was always my smaller sister's, I guess, protector, I was very protective about my 2 younger sisters, especially the baby of the family. Yeah, she's pretty cool. But we were just hanging out all the time. And it was be responsible for now a younger person in your life, my sister.
Yeah.
Did that really, I didn't see it as a job. It was just, wow, it was what it was, right? And never left anywhere. Kept, didn't do a lot of things. I didn't feel obligated to do like all the, I don't know, high school party stuff. And I mean, it's LA, so it gets pretty crazy, right?
Yeah, of course, especially in that time.
Yeah, oh yeah. And you're a teenager, right? And you do teenager shit. And I did my fair share of that too. But I was like, well, no, I'll just stay home, hang out with my little sister, and do whatever. Cook a meal, hang out, do other things in the neighborhood. Do kid stuff. I don't feel like I was missing out on anything.
That's awesome.
Yeah, with my friends or anything. It's like, and they would say that too. Like, hey, we're going to go to whoever, another high school party somewhere. It's like, yeah, no, I'm going to stay home tonight. And, of course, get all that, loser,
yeah,
all that kind of crap.
But you're okay with it. I think that
I didn't see anything.
I think that that's a interesting sort of piece to like your character, especially growing up, that you were willing to sort of stand alone, that you were willing to be independent and sort of like focus on your family and your siblings when everyone else is, partying and doing everything else, but you're willing to say like, no, I'm okay. And I wonder if that is formative for your work in the military later, in your, not necessarily desire, but ability to be independent and a leader in, tough situations.
That's what my experience is, and that's what I equate all of it to. Mm-hmm. Because it's still all along the way seemed like just a natural thing to do.
Yeah, of course.
I never thought it was I was missing out on anything else because I was being responsible, or I honestly didn't. Some of the times, thinking no, there's nothing good could come of this, right? And then that was my decision based off of that, right? It was always just a lucky thing, right?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, not gonna stay home tonight, right? For no other reason. Like I'm perfectly fine doing one or the other, right? Of course, get called all the names like party pooper and all that kind of high school crap. It's like whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then find out they get car wrecks and get arrested for doing
Cops
stupid
show
shit.
up
Yeah.
or whatever else.
Yeah.
And was your family religious growing up?
Yeah. So we're born and raised Catholics. We're born and raised in the Catholic faith. But I'm not going to say even today, I'm not like devout. Haven't been to church in I don't know how many decades.
Sure.
But except for a wedding or a funeral.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I think that was another thing, responsibility based off of that, the childhood years growing up like that. So there's more stricter Catholic families that I'm familiar with.
Yeah.
We weren't that strict. We went to church on Sundays and the holidays and, did all the normal Catholic weekends and holidays and all those things, Ash Wednesdays, the whole thing. Mm-hmm. So that was because part of life. I didn't know anything else.
Right.
Actually, until I joined the Army and found out there's, all these other things that people are, practicing.
Right.
And
there's Muslims and Protestants and,
or
other
nothing
sects
at
of
all, right?
Christianity. Yeah, or nothing. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, oh, all right, cool. I heard about all this, but I didn't know what it was about. Because primarily in Southern California, it's a heavily Catholic area for whatever reason it is. A lot of Mexicans down there, I guess. I'm not saying all Mexicans are Catholic, but yeah, that's what we did. And most of my family, and I was public school the whole way, product of public school education. A lot of my cousins, though, they all went to. I think my parents did too. Went to Catholic school, so all the way till whatever age they go to Catholic school. Mm-hmm. I think, other than high school. So, so they were very. So my aunts and my grandmother, they were very devout Catholic.
Sure.
Put in their time, volunteer time. We just went to church on Sunday. They did everything else.
Yeah.
Some of them were teachers in their schools in the Santa Monica area, or volunteers. I mean, if they weren't at home there and weren't with family, they were at the church.
Right.
But I didn't know any difference. I didn't see that as anything different.
But from a young age, there's this idea that like, oh, there is a moral truth. There is a God that exists that is looking at us and judging us based off what we do and upholding some type of like moral good.
Yep.
And as a kid, I always, for me at least, my parents were very Catholic, and we were raised extremely devout. I got Our Lady of Guadalupe up here, respect.
Oh yeah.
But like, yeah, there's all this like religiosity in my early years that I think was helpful for me, at least for forming some type of like capital T truth, that there is some type of like form of good to pursue. And a lot of my friends that are in the military, my family that's in the military, they are drawn to this like religious component that like there is a goodness to pursue. But I wonder if some people that like, don't grow up with any type of like religious moral compass, if they don't feel necessarily an urge to pursue like extended careers in the military. Like I wonder if that shakes their idea of what good is, or if they're doing good, etc.
Yeah.
But it's interesting to grow up with like a religious backbone that obviously it kind of changes as people get older.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's always interested me. And then the last thing about like growing up, did you ever get in fights like in high school? Like was there like
few?
Yeah, like was there like confrontations?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's LA Unified School District. You're gonna get in a fight.
Was it about anything specific, or was it just like this guy called me a dumb name? I'm mad at him. Like just bullshit.
So some of the things my dad was teaching me about, being responsible for other people. One thing was for women, right? So he taught me that.
Mm-hmm.
And that was reference to my sisters, right? Don't let anything happen to your sisters. It's like, okay, roger that. Yeah. So that I applied that across the board to other student friends, girls that get picked on or something like that, kind of stand up for them, pick, whatever was happening to them. All the name calling, all the bullying and all that crap in high school, junior high school, it's like, hey, that was some of the confrontation back then. It's like, well, who are you, right? It's like, nobody, I'm just a friend, but that's screwed up that you just said that. And then, well, screw you too, right? there goes the fist flying. So typical little stuff like that. And junior high and high school. So that was back when. So we have issues right now, like having whatever they call those dudes in the schools for the shootings.
Like drills?
SRO. What? It's an armed officer in the schools.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Well, like a bad thing, right? Because of all the potential school shootings, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or as a consequence of that some folks like it, some folks don't. And in junior high and high school, because I guess it is what it is, LAPD was always on the campus somewhere. So it wasn't a strange thing for them to be LAPD parked somewhere, like multiple cruisers, and that's where they hung out. And some of them did teach classes, in the schools too, but that was the relationship the school had with LAPD.
Oh, the officers would teach?
Yep.
Oh, interesting.
Yep. A lot of that too was just being in school. So there was a thing that happened in LA back then too, when I was in junior high. We're talking a long time ago. But they would bus kids out of where we lived, out of the San Fernando Valley, and go downtown into the inner city somewhere, go to high school there or junior high school. Then they get the inner city kids, bus them to the suburbs in the San Fernando Valley or wherever else they were going. So I'm not so sure that program worked out real well, because they were just trying to, expose the good people with the bad stuff and, all whatever.
Right. They're trying to like integrate different like social classes.
Yeah. And that didn't work out so well.
Well, why not?
It was just another confrontation, right? So
you have these rich kids coming in from Beverly Hills, and you're like, well, who are you?
Well, so
we're Sanford boys,
and I'm not saying there's, but that that's kind of what it was, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have another gang being bused to another gang's territory. So that was not like part of the decision to do that. That's probably what they were not even thinking about.
Mm-hmm.
They're just kids. We're busting them to,
right,
make everybody aware that everybody's, can get along. And just
they won't know the difference.
Total opposite message coming out of that whole debacle.
Oh, interesting.
I'm pretty sure they did it for a long time. I don't know what they're doing now, but so the older you get too, I don't know if you're in a gang or a group even, those, you have to, I guess, safety numbers, right? The jocks and, everybody that, you always have groups of people in junior high and high school. So you always align yourself with somebody, like the musical kids, the band folks, right? Who are going to go, be rock stars one day. But when you're in high school and junior high school, they're geeks, right? And I was like, yeah, geeks, the smart kids, they hang out in another group. The jocks, they're in another group. And then, so that happens. And then there was legit gangs, both in the San Fernando Valley and in Los Angeles. So they can't get along.
Yeah, of course.
Just for the sake of, you're not in my gang, right? So that happened a lot too.
Did you have friends that were affiliated?
Oh yeah.
Did you ever consider it?
No.
Never.
No, so I'd always every time there was a fight, right? Junior high school is crazy. So every time there was a fight, the Mexican kids that were in one gang would come to me. It's like, hey, you with us? It's like, no, I'm gonna sit this one out, right? And then the other gang members would come over because I knew them too. It's like, hey man, you with us? It's like, we're meeting at whatever, after school, and we're gonna go screw these guys up. I was like, yeah, no, I got other things to do. I got to get home, whatever. And so I'd have several people that I know them all, and they'd ask me, hey, we're gonna come, So there is a thing though. It's total jailhouse shit living in that area. But I guess you feel obligated to align yourself for the safety of your existence, I guess. I never did. Never get into that side of the, I know a lot of people did. But I somehow just was able to, just maneuver my way around all those folks. And it's like, no, I'm not going to. Because once you get aligned with somebody, then now you're the enemies. Also, all my other friends, all those guys go away. It's like, because you can't hang out with them, you can't talk to them, and all that stuff.
Yeah, of course.
So I was like, yeah, no. Just for that reason, I was like, no, I'm good.
And who did you hang with? Who was your clique?
A little bit of everybody. I guess most of the. Some of the jocks, I hang out with them. So I actually maneuver around. So I hang out with the jocks, all the guys playing football or baseball or something like that, hang out with those dudes. Then go over to the, I don't know what you call them, the book readers, the geeks, right?
Nerds. We call them nerds.
Yeah. I go over there and hang out with them for a little bit. And they all, those folks. And so I was learning how to play the guitar. And with the musician kids, all those geeks.
Do you still play?
No. I was when I grew up and so I took formally piano and guitar all through middle school and high school. Thought that was going somewhere too, but I ended up meeting a lot of good folks who were in bands later, which I thought was kind of interesting. So LA bands, that was a big thing, right?
Right.
All the small little clubs in that area. So I saw. Oh man, so many bands before they became famous.
Oh really?
Yeah, like Motley Crue, right? Before they were anything, right? They're just kids playing, right? Just punks.
Oh wow.
Yeah, saw them.
Just at a house party, in a garage somewhere.
So what they have is, I don't know. So I want to say it was at a youth center, just the auditorium there in the youth center. They would play there. That's pretty common in LA, in the whole San Fernando Valley area.
They would have Motley Crue played a youth center.
Place like that, right? in a backyard, somebody's backyard, right? Somebody's house party. But when they were trying to make a name for themselves, I saw them. Oh man, I can't think of the names now, but all the metal and all those guys, saw them when they were just trying to do something at that point, right? I thought it was kind of neat. It was like, and I was with some bands. I was like, wow, they're gonna be famous one day. This is gonna be cool. And then nothing. Never hear from them again.
Yeah, of course.
That's just their industry, I guess.
What an interesting time to grow up. I mean, what a fascinating place and time, and your own personal experience. Obviously this is retroactive, but it starts to all kind of make sense near the end of high school, right? Independent dude, faced sort of loss and trauma at a young age, like leader through your parents, a lot of military influence, tough, getting in fights, like trying to kind of fend for yourself and support your family. And then all of a sudden this, opportunity with the military comes along and you're like, yeah, let's try it out. And it kind of
What's the worst thing to happen?
Yeah,
right?
exactly. It kind of makes sense. So then you enlist, you're like, yeah, I'll try this for a little bit. And I'm curious, what was like the political attitude towards the military at that time? Like this is post-Vietnam. Like, was there an anti-military sentiment? Did you have any fears about that?
No real fear. So that's a good point. Because some of my neighbors growing up, they were the kids that graduated high school. So I didn't think anything of it at the time. But like my two older sisters, they're the guys in their school age in their classes were somewhere like, like my older sister, probably 5 years older than me. As soon as they graduated high school, they still had the draft, right, back then. So they were like, oh man, I'm not going to do that because they're going to go to Vietnam and also the stuff they were thinking about. So I heard those stories too about going to Canada and all this other things. I was like, well, why would you do that? I mean, and then neighbors that I knew that grew up and actually went in the military, went to Vietnam, came back. So I saw them too. Well, I saw them before and never saw them again after that because they went wherever they went, just reclusive kind of stuff going on. So I saw that all. I saw all of it. And then by the time I get to that point, there's kids that I know their parents been to Vietnam or their uncles went to Vietnam or something like that. And they're in ROTC, and I was like, those are gigs too, right? That's what I used to think. It's like,
kind of is.
Those are gigs.
Isn't that kind of sad? Like even in my school, you see the ROTC kids, and you'd be like, "Ooh, okay."
Yeah. That's what I thought at the time. So I was like, yeah, no. But I did. I started looking into it. I was like, the patriotism thing. That was part of it too. It's like, well, it wasn't any real incentives other than a job and paycheck, I guess. But because right now there's like they can get folks in on the GI Bill or something, which is nice nowadays. Unfortunately, the 20 years they had to go to war to get it, but
right.
It's a great deal, and that's how they were getting. That's probably part of the recruiting. During that time frame, recruitment, reenlistment bonuses, all that stuff. But so a lot of money.
Yeah.
Back then, wasn't really a whole lot. So 1980, there's not a whole lot going on. As far as that's concerned, wars and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. So it seems pretty safe. You're like, yeah, I probably won't get deployed. I'll, learn to be an engineer and get out and do some other shit.
So my sister said, she's like, you come to Germany, have a great time.
Yeah, hang out, party, go to some bars, and then head home.
Yeah.
And so when does the turn happen where you're like, oh, I'm going to get some specialized training. I'm going to go a little bit deeper into this.
My first reenlistment. Well, actually, during my first enlistment, the first 4 years, I just wanted to still do exciting things in the Army. And that's when I first got the itch to try to get to Ranger Battalion at the time.
Right.
And that's when that whole started. My first couple of years, so even in basic training and all that stuff, I had a great time. It was like discipline and, a lot of good physical stuff. And I was like, yeah, I love it here. This is great, right? So it was kind of equated to me. So I knew like the discipline and all that stuff. If you're playing sports in high school and middle school ages, you typically have like a tryouts in the summer tryouts, all that stuff. Two practices a day, and you're just killing yourself to make the team at that time. And then you have that who's making the final cut, right? So I kind of equated all that, like basic training, to that, because I've seen people that weren't making it, seen people quitting, and I was like, this is just like football.
Yeah.
And at the end, who's going to get selected to play on the team, right? I was like, well, this isn't that hard. It
was pretty easy for you in that time.
Oh yeah, yeah. it sucked. There's some sucky moments and physical hardships and those kind of things. But I think I was like, well, I mean, they can't kill me, right?
Yeah. Compared to what was to come, this was
Right.
pretty basic.
I was like, yeah, you just got to suck it up for
Yeah.
a little bit. It's going to end at one point. And I didn't ever see my older sister, and she was in the Army. Oh man, had to been at least 10 or 12 years.
Mm.
And I never saw her as like a soldier, right? She was always just my older sister.
Yeah.
So I never said to myself, I was like, well, my sister's in the Army. How hard can it be, right?
No, that's actually a helpful mentality, right? Like someone that's in there that you're like, oh yeah, they could do it. I could do it. You know what I mean?
But-
little do you know your sister's probably tougher than you.
Right.
You're like, damn, she's actually pretty hard.
Yeah,
it's just-
absolutely.
yeah.
And she was like, so 5 years older than me. Yeah, she was pretty good. She's pretty tough. And they, her and her husband at the time, I think they were married. They might've been dating. They came to see me later on in basic training. Maybe it was our, way later into it, where you're finally able to get visitors, to come visit you. They flew, I think they were in Germany. They flew to come home on a vacation, stuff like that. We'll stop by I was going to a basic training at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, and they were going to stop by and I only get like 20 minutes. They're going to stop by, say hi, see how, for them, it was going to be nostalgic to go see me in training. And they stopped by, and of course they saw this whole thing. When you get visitors in basic training, then you get harassed. It's like, if you get mail or if you get visitors, right? You're harassed. It's like, oh, somebody loves you. No, yeah. Nobody loves you. What's wrong with you, right? So somebody's here to see you, so I got harassed. And I didn't know, because it was just mail back then, just snail mail stuff. If you got anything, that's what you're getting. There's no email, there's no internet then, right? You can't have phone calls. You get phone calls like once, you get like 10 minutes on a phone every other weekend or something like that. So you're pretty much isolated. And everybody that I knew is either in Europe, my sister and her husband, or they're in California. They're not going to fly all the way to Missouri just for 20 minutes, right? Yeah. I didn't even know it was in Missouri before I got there. So visitors come and go. I got mail every once in a while. My sister would write me. So that was cool. But I never expected anybody to show up. And at one point, I thought somebody was screwing with me. So got a letter, and that was from my sister. And they used to read your mail before you got your mail, right? So they open it like, private Poras, they call you out and there's like, open it up in front of you. It's like, looks like your sister wants to come visit, right? And then throw it on the ground in front of you. It's like, okay. And then you pick it up and read it. It's like, oh, okay. Because your world is so small at that point, right? It's like, okay. All right, whenever she gets here, I don't know when I'm going to be able to see her, if any, but yeah, they did that at one point. And then when she actually showed up, her and her husband show up, and I want to say they had their first kid with them, Jeremy, who was my godson. I'm pretty sure that they had him at the time. And of course, they're yelling, apparently somebody's here to see you, kind of thing, right? I was like, okay, I'll go run downstairs and in the barracks and report in to the drill instructor, the drill sergeant there. And he's like, hey, somebody's out front waiting on you. So I get dismissed and go to the front. So there's the steps into these old barracks used to just be horrible. Those are just popular places to just smoke you and just make you feel like you want to die. Yeah. So I go running out there, and I'm standing out there. I'm looking out. So there's this one quad area, and you see some of my other soldier friends. They're sitting down with their whoever, parents or somebody. They had these picnic tables and stuff like that. And I was looking around and it's like, holy shit, that's my sister. And I hadn't met her husband yet.
Oh, wow.
So, because she was in Germany the whole time. And I was like, all right. And she recognizes me standing in the front of these barracks. And so there's like steps down to the ground. And then I hear behind me the drill sergeant. He's yelling at me again, like, get your ass back in here, right? And that was it. So he told me, all right, you done visiting? So he's just beginning his little screw with me session. And I was like, I didn't actually talk to her yet. And he's like, smoke session, push-ups, all kinds of duck walks, and I'm just getting tortured. And then he finally gets up and he's like, you still, he lets me get outside, and he's doing it in front of them, right? Because that's the whole idea, right? And she was just laughing her ass off. Like, he's getting smoked, right? And you still want to go visit and all this other stuff. I'm doing push-ups and getting smoked and doing all kinds of exercises. And, yes, roger that, yes, sir, and all this other crap. And then all these formalities. And then it's finally he's done. He's like, okay, get out of here. So ran over there and talked to my sister for 15, 20 minutes, whatever it was. And she was just laughing her ass off. One of the things she had said going in, she's like, the only advice I got for you is just don't let them know your name. Just be the gray man. And I didn't know what all that meant. She's like, if they know your name, as soon as they know your name, you're screwed, because that means you screwed up, right? And so day one,
no.
driving from the holding area. So you go there and you get all your initial issue gear and you get introduced to marching and stuff like that, but it's not a drill sergeant. It's just an NCO that's there, and they're just taking you from place to place to get all your uniforms and your shots and in processing stuff and get all your new Army clothes. And then you get shipped across base. And then that's where the drill sergeants are waiting on you, the guys with the big smoking brown hats and yelling at you and screaming. So they put you on these things they call cattle cars. And you just get shoved in these trailers. There's a bench seat, and then I got a bench seat. They're just yelling at you to get into this cattle car. And I got in there and sat down. I have a duffel bag and a rucksack with me, and that's like all my new Army clothes in it and stuff. And then we started driving, and I don't see anything, because so I'm sandwiched in this thing with guys. There's guys standing in front of me with their duffel bags and backpacks, and there's guys. We're all smashed in there like sardines. And I heard the yelling from this drill sergeant, right? And I heard him yelling and screaming, and I didn't see him because I'm surrounded by all these green bags and these dudes. And there was the window. So this cattle truck, they have windows, and one of the windows that was right behind me was open. And this was like February in Missouri, so it was cold as shit. But that was kind of the whole idea, right? So all the windows are open, and a leaf or something had flown in. Right, so I'm sitting there and I can't move, and something flew in and landed in the back of my collar, right? And that's all they said. That's all I heard them say, is like, sit there and don't move. The guys are standing, don't move, all this other stuff. And they're screaming and hollering and doing their stuff. And I still hadn't seen one yet. One of these dudes with the Smokey the Bear hat. And I didn't know they were even on this cattle car with this cattle truck with this. It's a trailer full of just bodies. And because be quiet, shut up, all that stuff. So totally quiet. All you hear is the sound of the road as you're going down. So something flies in, a leaf or something. I don't know what it was. Comes in the window, lands in my collar, right? And I'm just sitting there like, what the hell was that, right? And I went like this. That one movement caught the attention of the guy, the drill sergeant that was standing somewhere in that car. And as soon as I went like this and looked up, his face is right there. And you have U.S. Army and your name tag right on your uniform. So he's asking me, like, what is your name? What are you doing? I told you to move. He's yelling at me, screaming at me, spitting in my face. He's hitting me with his brim of his hat. I was like, oh my God, here we go, right? This is what I signed up for. And he's hollering at me and just, what's your name? I'm gonna make sure everybody knows your name. And I was like, oh my God, my sister said, don't tell him, don't let him know your name. So I didn't tell him my name, but it's on the name tag. And I'm thinking, he's screaming and hollering at me. And as soon as I get up, we're all piling off. We get to where we need to go. And that's when it's like, you're getting off this cattle truck and they're just beating you and throwing you down and slapping your rucksack or your duffel bag, right? Because you have a rucksack on your back and a duffel bag on your belly and you're just running, right? Yeah. And you can't see where you're going. So all I have to do is just barely touch your backpack or your duffel bag and over you go because you're like a freaking, I don't know. You're just like a wobbling thing, right? With all this stuff. Yeah. And that happened to me. He said, get on your face and do push-ups, right? And so I go down and I'm doing push-ups and elevated. So my duffel bag's on the ground. My feet are on my duffel bag. My rucksack's on my back. And I'm doing push-ups. And then they start yelling for this Poras kid. Like, where are you at? I was so smoked. I didn't even hear them, like, who they're looking for. And
you're like, sucks to be that guy.
Yeah,
whoever that dude is, he's having a bad day.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And I was like, oh, shit. I realized, and I stood up really quick and told him, that's me. And then just 3 guys just zoomed in on me and started smoking me. And I was like, okay, well, I screwed that one up.
Yeah, day one.
Day one.
I mean, that's wild.
So, yeah.
When these guys are screaming at you, do you ever laugh? Like, do you ever want to smile? Has that ever happened?
So, yes, that's what I got yelled at. That was one of the things they were yelling at me for. Because, I was like, yeah, man, this is it, man. This is cool. This is the shit, right?
Like, it is a little absurd. Like, this guy's yelling at you, and you kind of know what they're doing.
Oh, that pissed him off.
So what happens? He's screaming at you, the brim of the hat's hitting your forehead, and you just smile?
Yeah. And then it becomes something else to mess with you, like get that smile off your face, right? And then we're gonna make you get that smile off your face. Then you just get so smoked.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then it's like, okay, I'm ready to die now.
Yeah.
And then the smile goes away.
Yeah.
And yeah, that happened a lot early on because I was just. This is what you see in the movies, man. I was just, this is cool, man. And I was just happy as anything. And, but then there's the whole discipline thing. And that was the whole point behind that. Mm-hmm. And, eventually I got it.
Yeah.
It's like,
So you get through basic, and it's not too difficult. It's hard. You get smoked a couple times, but you get through it. And then you're now sort of serving, doing your engineering work. And then you hear about these Ranger guys. And what drew you in about the Rangers, and what was their sort of role with where you were? Did you see them training?
No. I saw that. So in basic training, at the end of basic training, so still at Fort Leonard Wood, they march you. The 82nd Airborne does this huge jump, and from what I gather later on in my Army life, they're doing it as a recruitment for guys to go into the Airborne to the 82nd, and so they jump them in to let you see all that. So they march out to this drop zone, and they let you see all this cool stuff. And I was like, yeah, man. That's the shit, right? I want to do that. That was the first time I saw that, like real life. I was like, no posters. This is guys doing it. At that drop zone too, though, they had some Rangers there that were in uniform, and so they were doing the same thing. But you from there, this was engineer school. Yeah, there you have to get. There's no engineers in Ranger Battalion, so you would have to go to infantry school after that. And then go to Ranger Battalion from there. So they're there too, to whoever wants to volunteer for that kind of stuff. I didn't think about that because I really didn't know what they were yet. But I knew the 82nd Airborne dudes, and they were jumping. And that's kind of what got the the juice is flowing a little bit. And they said, well, you're on orders to go to this unit in Fort Meade, Maryland, and all this other stuff. You got to go there and then you fill up some paperwork and you can get a transfer. And that didn't work out so well. Paperwork doesn't work out like that in the military, like they say. But yeah, I went there, Fort Meade, working and so it was a regular Army too, or it was a regular job. So engineering in the military, if you have like a job like that, it's almost just like going to work, just like going to a construction site. If you're in a engineer unit that's actually doing some work, I was fortunate enough that we actually had work to do, and so it really is just like showing up and going to work. Put on coveralls and just work. So no real like Army like structure kind of stuff other than you show up for work, just like everybody else does every day. And then end of the day, you clean up and go home. I mean, it really wasn't traditional Army at all, but it's the Army that I knew, so I didn't know any different.
Right, sort of 9 to 5-ish, kind of like corporate life.
Yeah, and then there's a lot of jobs like that in the Army, come to find out, but I wanted that other life.
Yeah.
I don't know, for some reason, that was just always in my head. And my getting to jump school in the 82nd was as a result of my trying to get to Ranger Battalion. Because so I heard that story about Sergeant Major Carpenter, and I was at Fort Drum, New York before it was a base, and I'm going through the phone book, to the military phone book there. I'm just 2 o'clock in the morning. What else am I going to do? I'm just thumbing through a phone book, and it's the military bases and all the units in the Army. As I was thumbing through that, get to this 7th Infantry Regiment section. All the phone numbers are there for operations and battalion headquarters and all this stuff. So I made a phone call. It's like, who would be more influential to get me into Ranger Battalion? So I called the Sergeant Major, the number to the Sergeant Major of 1st Ranger Battalion down at Savannah, Georgia. And it was. I just thought, what can go wrong? What's the worst that can happen?
Which is kind of crazy. Like, can you put into scope like his position and your position in the hierarchy?
He's way up there.
Like, for people to understand that are not in the military, like he would be like a king and you would be like a serf.
Yeah.
If this is like medieval England, right? Like, is that a fair?
Yeah. Or Knights of the Round Table, really. And I'm trying to get into that whole organization, right? Yeah, he was a pretty significant person, even in the special operations community and in Ranger Battalion at the time. So there's 3 battalions now, and it's a regiment. There was only 2 battalions then, and they were separate. There was no regiment central thing. So there's, and so he was pretty good. He was pretty significant in that community. And everybody knew him, and everybody still knows him. Still knew him when I tried later on to get there. But I called that number, but it's 2 o'clock in the morning. So all the staff are gone, just like where I'm at. And there's some private sitting on the phone just like me. And that's who I ended up talking to. And he handed me over to the senior NCO that was with him. And that conversation was just like, hey, man, how do I get to your place? I want to be a Ranger, right? And they were both kind of, what? Because that's not the process they did to get there, right? They just signed up and ended up there, I guess. There wasn't, so now you can get contracts coming off the street to do that kind of stuff. Back then, you just joined the Army and then went to the whims of the Army, right? Needs of the Army was a big popular catchphrase back then. If you went in the infantry, though, they recruit from Fort Benning. So they, just like the 82nd jumps into Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, they do their demos and everything at Fort Benning for all the infantry guys to get them to recruit them to go to the Ranger Battalion. I didn't have that exposure, so I was an engineer. So that's the process I had to do. So that conversation was like, eventually it says call back in the morning.
Yeah,
we'll give your information to somebody, call back, and we'll see what we can do for you. And then, and so I called back, and when everybody's there, and Ranger Private so-and-so hands me over to Ranger Specialist, hands me over to NCO, and eventually I get a hold of Sergeant Major Carpenter. And it's even uncommon for you to even talk to the Sergeant Major. So my position when I made that phone call, I was a runner. I was the shine the floors overnight in the battalion headquarters, clean up the offices, you're that guy, and doing all this, buffing the floors and mopping and dusting, and that was my job, as the lowest ranking guy there that night. So the senior folks that are there at battalion headquarters, they never talk to you, they never say anything. They come in the morning, they're like, how you doing, sir? The battalion commander. Hey, whoever you are, whatever. Don't talk to me. The sergeant major did the same thing. And they don't know you from Adam because they're so high up in the food chain. Sergeant majors are pretty good about that usually. They'll say hello and spend some time with you and all that stuff. But it's like that was the equitable hierarchy of the difference of where I was and they were. And I was talking to this guy, and he took my phone call.
And why would they put you on the phone with him? That just seems so bizarre. Why wouldn't they just be like, yeah, buddy, try again in 10 years and just hang up? I feel like that's what would happen now, right?
Yeah. It shocked me to have that. They said, well, when I finally got to that point on the phone, that surprised me too, that I was going to talk to the battalion sergeant major. And he got on the phone and introduced himself as such. And I was like, wow. It's like, holy crap. But I said, hey, I'm Sergeant Major. I want to be Ranger. How do I get there? And he said, well, who is this and where are you at? I was like, well, okay. The guys told him all the story of the phone calls earlier that day. And he said, well, he's like, Fort Drum, he's familiar with it. That used to be a place for special operations, winter warfare training and stuff like that. So he knew of the base. And I think 10th Special Forces Group was doing some training on that base. And so he knew of it. And he's like, we don't have any engineers in the Ranger Battalion, so you're going to have to go in the infantry. You have to change your MOS.
Yeah,
your
restart,
career.
basically.
Yeah. And I'm just taking notes. Okay. It's like, okay, whatever it takes, right? All right, I'm talking, get yourself, my first re-enlistment was coming up. So he said, well, put in a 4187. That's that magical document that never works to get transfers in the Army. And if that fails, then re-enlist for an airborne assignment and do that. Or change of your career field, military occupational specialty, MOS is what they call it. You're going to have to change that in order to get here. But get your butt into jump school first. That's step one. So I was writing those things down. And I was going right down the checklist, up to that point in my career, right? I got to jump school. I re-enlisted. I got to jump school. And then they sent me to the 82nd Airborne Division, which is fine. I'm doing what I want to be doing, right?
Now you're doing fun stuff.
Yeah. Now it's getting a little bit more what I thought the Army was all about. A little bit more discipline, rucksacks I'm finding out aren't really fun anymore. Yeah. So all the cool posters, okay, this shit sucks.
Yeah, little do you know, the guy on the poster is like, kill me. I hate this thing.
Exactly. But I honestly am loving it. I'm just digging it.
What's up, guys? We're going to take a break real quick because your back hurts. And your back probably hurts because you got this giant, fat, chunky dad wallet sitting in your pant pocket, and it's giving you scoliosis. Yeah. But now there's a solution. There's a way you can fix that. And that's with my friends over at Extra. Now, I love this product because this is a product that I use every day. That's right. This is my actual wallet. It's an Extra wallet. Here's what I love about Extra. It's sleek. It's small. You pop it out. It fans all your stuff, so everything is easily accessible. You can just pop it out super easily. And the other thing I love about Extra is that it forces me to not carry around junk. Well, anytime I had a big chunky dad wallet, I would always just get receipts. I would get business cards. Someone would hand me a business card. Someone would hand me something. I would be like, you know what? I'll put it in my wallet. And then after 3-4 months, my wallet is just full of garbage. literally just full of nothing. With Extra, I carry around the essentials. I got my ID, I got my license, got my cards, got everything I need right here. Boom, easy. I could get the money clip and add the money clip on the back. I don't even do that. Everything's mobile, baby. I'm doing Apple Pay. I'm using my cards. That's all you need. The other thing I love about Extra, you can get the solar panel tracker. That way, if you're someone that loses your ID, loses your wallet, loses all your stuff, the tracker will tell you exactly where it is once you pair it with the app. The other amazing thing that I love about Extra, it's RFID protected. You can't get booped. People are walking around. I live in New York City. There's people, scammers, walking around, boop, walking around with a little tracker. They'll scan the back of your wallet, and then all of a sudden they're taking all of your information. With this, it's fully protected. It's in a little chamber, safe and sound. So if you lose your wallet, if you don't want to carry around all this garbage and junk in this chunky wallet in your back pocket, and if you want to protect your financial identity, you got to get Extra. And if you want to get it today, you can go to shop.extra.com/Gagnon. That's right, up to 25% off site-wide when you use the code Gagnon. That's Gagnon. I'm going to put the link in the description so you can check it out because I love this brand. I truly use it every single day. This is my actual wallet. You're going to see it in pictures. If you see me on stage, you're going to see this outline. It's a very thin outline, but you're going to probably see it in my pocket because this is the actual wallet that I use. So if you're interested in changing your life, fixing all your back pain, getting a smaller wallet, fixing your identity, not getting scammed on the streets, check out Extra. Now let's get back to the show. Do you remember your first jumps?
I don't in jump school. I honestly don't remember those.
You weren't scared at all? There's no party that's like, oh, I'm about to fly out of an airplane?
So I do remember thinking that. But also, at the time though, when you're in jump school, or even if you're jumping, if you're not by the door, you really don't get a sense of that there's anything you're getting ready to do other than get out this door. Now you've done practices out of mock-ups and all this other stuff. You jumped out of towers, and there's a lot of like simulations you've done to that point. But I do. The only thing I remember about the first jump, so I was somewhere in the middle of this line of people getting ready to get out the door. The door opens up. So you go through all these commands, stand up, hook up, and check equipment, all this. So you're going through the process and the steps again that you just did hundreds of times on the ground on these mock-ups. So that's all it is. Then the doors fly open. They open the doors, lock the doors open, and now the jump master who's getting ready to get everybody out the door starts doing these door checks, and he's doing some stuff that he has to do to get everybody out the door safely. That's the first time that you hear like the rush of air coming through the doors, right? Yeah. It's like, that's when it starts getting real. But also there are some folks that already got airsick on the plane. So you got jet fuel, jet exhaust, not jet fuel, the jet exhaust. You can smell that coming through the doors when they open it up. Then you already have like vomit smell from some of the guys who have just vomited already. Because the plane gets unstable and you got all this crap on. So, I mean, it's a horrible ride.
Claustrophobic, it's probably hot.
It's a horrible ride, yeah. And that's one of the things, like, just get me out of the door, right? Just get me out of here. So that's really what I was thinking.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's like, oh my God, this sucks. It's hot. It's like I didn't get sick, but you feel like, oh my God, I wish I could just vomit because it's a horrible smell.
Are the other guys with you nervous?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Are you sitting around with all these guys and they're all just like tapping their foot?
Yeah. And then there's that too, right? It's like, what? I mean, you volunteer like, what are you scared about, right?
Oh, that was how you felt.
Yeah. I was like, this is what we signed up for, right? I was excited that way.
Yeah.
As soon as we got to the point where we're standing up and are hooked up, ready to go out, and the doors are open, and all these smells finally getting. At that point, it's like, just get me the hell out of here.
Yeah.
And
some fresh air is out there.
Yeah. And that was it was kind of neat. So by the time I get to the door where I can see the door and see the ground, like however high we were, it's like, holy shit. But there's no stopping at that point. I'm in the middle of all this whole lineup, and you're just going, and you hear the slapping of the static line, and everybody's it's just a thing again that you've practiced over and over and over again. And so you just go through those steps. And I finally get to the point where I get to the door and I see that I'm getting ready to jump out of this airplane. There was like, oh my God. And then out I go, right? And so then it clicked into me, like there's some continual steps that you have to do while you're jumping to make sure everything's okay and or not, knowing the difference between that. And so then it was just that, just going step by step, after the initial, oh my God, right? You jump out, get in your nice position out of the door, and the rush of air, all that stuff goes on. And then the ruffling of the parachute when it was coming out, right? You hear all that. I was like super sensitive to all that. It's like, this is happening, right? And then there's a one point where the parachute grabs you and starts slowing you down a little bit. And then that's when you're supposed to look up and make sure that you have a canopy above you, right? So I was like, slow down a little bit. I felt myself slowing down and I looked up. I was like, as soon as I got uprighted and you're underneath your canopy for the first time, for me, it got so quiet. I didn't hear the plane anymore. I didn't hear any weird noises. It was total silence. And I was sitting there, I grabbed my toggles. I had toggles on the parachute. And I bring them down. I'm supposed to get these out of this little pocket there and put them in my hands. And I was looking around like, wow. And it was so quiet. I thought it was so neat.
Peaceful.
Oh my God. It was so cool.
Smells cool. The view is kind of nice.
Yeah.
And like, you're just kind of cruising.
Yeah. And I see the other parachutes and the other guys, and I was like, wow, this is nice. This is cool. And then reality hits me, and it's like, so there's a guy on the ground who's yelling through a bullhorn in case you forgot what you were doing.
Yeah, which you did.
Yeah, he's telling everybody, turn right to avoid collisions, all the things in the air, steer right to avoid collisions, feet and knees together when you get ready to land and all this other stuff, steer into the wind. He's bullhorning all this stuff out, and I finally hear him. I was like, oh shit. It's like, come out of this, right? Okay, I'm back in the game. And then it's like, then it becomes you don't get ground rush until the last couple seconds, right? But then it's like, oh my God. Another oh my God moment.
Yeah.
Right.
The earth is coming towards you.
Yeah. So go back to the steps that you're being taught, right? Like feet and knees together so you don't break something, right? And then, parachute landing and fall, do all this other things you're supposed to do, right? And I just remember feet and knees together, and that was it. Because once I hit the ground, I was like a bag of shit. Just like, I was like, well, at least my feet and knees were together, and I'm fine. So I was laying there. The parachute wasn't being drug or anything, but the parachute was. There was enough wind that was just like still billowing, right, while I was on the ground. So I'm laying there. I was like, well, my arms are okay, my legs are still working, and then I could feel this tugging on my shoulder harness, right, and my parachute harness, and I look up and the parachute's just kind of just hanging there in the wind, and I was like, okay, now undo one of those so it releases and all this other shit, and I remember getting up after that one. I was like, wow, that's kind of cool.
Let's do it again.
Yeah, let's do it again.
Like a little kid at a theme park.
Yeah,
Like,
second one was worse though. So the first one I didn't know what to expect. The second one, I was like, okay, that wasn't cool when I landed. That was kind of fucked up. But I didn't think about, well, let me try to get it done better. I was like, oh my God, this is going to suck, right? Then I thought about the smells that are coming. I thought, oh my God, this is going to suck. So that one was a little bit worse because I knew it was coming.
Yeah, you have a reference point.
Yeah. So you're supposed to do 5 in jump school. Pretty sure we did all 5. And then, so there was some sort of weather that was happening for us too. Bad weather coming in. So they were like, let's hurry up and get these out. So however many days they had scheduled for 5 jumps, they got us all done like really quickly. Like, get out, get down, get another parachute, go back to the airfield. And you're getting busted all these places. Get back on a plane, get up in the air, go jump again, just to get your 5 parachutes in, your jumps in. So that ended up happening. I was like, I really didn't think about it. I mean, we were rushed, and I was like, okay, let's do this again. Let's get back up there, and I'll fall out of the door again. And yeah, I loved it. And yeah, I was hooked after that.
And so now you're in the airborne, and you're like, great, I'm on my way to the Rangers.
What's next, right? That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
What's next? And that was it. I'm on my way. I'm going down this checklist, right? And while I'm at the 82nd, they had this thing back then where you can on the job training OJT to another military occupational specialty. All you had, whoever it was, they had something set up formally that a unit on the ground with you can just check the blocks, and okay, you check the block, you can be one of us. Most of the MOSs had that available. So on the job training, you can go anywhere, and if you're part of that program, learn another job, and then you get the every occupational specialty has a number and a letter attached to it. So then you just get that number and letter, and you can get assigned that way. So I did that with a unit there in 82nd, the 325th is the unit I decided to do that with. One of the engineers, one of my buddies there in my company was an infantry guy. He went engineer. So he went infantry to engineer and ended up in the company. And we ended up in the same company in 82nd. And he was the one that recommended, he's like, if you go anywhere, go here. They're good.
Oh, that's kind of nice, because you were kind of doing it backwards.
Yep.
And so he was able to give you some advice. He's like, hey, I just came from where you're going.
And you're fucking stupid, is what he said.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
I spent so long trying to get out of this bullshit, and you're trying to get into it.
Yep. Yep. Everybody said that at that point. Like, what are you thinking? Yeah. It's like, no. But, okay, hardhead. If you're going to do it, go with these guys. And he knew the NCOs that were running the program and all that stuff. So I loved every minute of it. And they have this thing, part of the OJT into infantry is to do what they call the expert infantry badge training. And so for all the grunts in the infantry, that's something that you try to do. And it's good for promotions. It's good to show that you're competent in your job and all these things. You get a little badge for your uniform and all that stuff. And I thought, it's a pretty prestigious thing if you're a grunt to have at least that. And then, of course, ultimately you want to get your CIB, your combat infantry badge. I eventually got that one too. But that's not what you wanted. Like, you just got to go to war for that one. You got to be in combat for that one.
Right.
And then there's, things like that in that community that are just nice, prestigious things to have. Like I got my expert infantry badge, all that kind of stuff. I couldn't get that awarded to me officially through the Army because I was still an engineer. But once I got to the infantry and it became official, that was my 11 Bravo was the military occupational specialty number and letter. Then I could be awarded those kind of things. Mm-hmm. So that was part of it. And I loved it. It's just basic grunt stuff, communication, shoot, move, communicate, throw grenades. And, it was fun shit. It's like, I'm getting paid to have all this fun, right?
Do you ever wish you just never went into the engineering route? Do you wish you just started infantry and would just skip that? You did it obviously because you didn't think you were going to be in this that long, you wanted to have the skills when you got out. But looking back, are you like, man, it would have just been easier if I started infantry, didn't know how nice I had it before, and just kind of got all the bullshit out of the way, right? Like it would have been a little easier.
Yeah. So I had that moment for a little while. But honestly, I got a lot out of that first 4 years in the Army, being an engineer. Whole different side of the Army. Different mentalities, like for career progression. What do you do on a daily basis, kind of stuff. Because in an engineer unit, the engineer unit I was in, until I got to the 82nd, you did PT collectively as a group 2 or 3 times a week. And in the infantry, or even in the engineers in the 82nd Airborne Division, you do PT every day, multiple times a day if you schedule it right. And it's because it's more important to you now to do all those things. So I was just a lot more disciplined, which is okay. This is the real Army. This is what I was saying. Hey, this is the real Army. Like more discipline, more structure, and shoot guns, throw grenades, and
you were well prepared for it, I guess.
Yeah, it was fun for me. It was so this dude. That was his exact thing. It's like He's been a grunt for 8 years, and he didn't want to get out because what was he going to do as a grunt, right? What am I going to market to?
Yeah,
right?
there's nothing.
Yeah, and, so that's why he went engineering, and I went the other way. And because I honestly was still thinking, and I told him and everybody else, I was like, yeah, well, ultimately I want to get to Savannah, Georgia, Hunter Army Airfield, and go to 1st Range Battalion. That's my goal. So this is part of getting there. And they're like, oh, well, that makes sense.
Right. It kind of clicked once you tell them what you want.
Yeah. Yeah. And eventually, I just had a blast doing all that stuff. And eventually I get to regiment headquarters. Now that there's 3 Ranger battalions and it's now a regiment, I actually end up at Fort Benning to get officially my infantry MOS awarded to me. And I walked across the base at the point. I just walked across, said, yeah, I want to be a Ranger.
Like that day, you're like, I got the thing.
I got my infantry. I'm a grunt now.
Wow.
Here I am. I'm going down this checklist from my, Sergeant Major Carpenter reference, and he's telling me all these things like, this is the last thing on the list. I'm here.
So great. And up until this point, is there any day that you're waking up that you're like, I hate this? Is there anything about it that you're like, I'm angry about the way I'm being treated? Is like, was there any part of it that you're like, I don't care about? I made a mistake.
No.
But there were no days you woke up.
No, I love it. Yeah. So there's the progression too. So different ranks get treated differently. So that's all I was achieving. So, well, okay, this is where I'm at right now. So, all right, whatever. I'll suck it up. And then eventually I'm going to be in a position to be that person to start, smoking others and doing all the fun stuff.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how it goes. I was loving it. It was all really just fun for me. I was getting paid to do it. It's like, they're paying me to do this stuff. So the worst times that it just totally sucked, when it's raining and you're ruck marching and it just totally sucks. Heavy weights, I'm tired, I'm cold, I'm wet. And it's like, there are many times like that. But you get past that and then it becomes, cool again. It's like, well, that sucked, but okay, on to the next thing, right?
How good a shape are you in at this point?
Oh, yeah, I was in pretty good shape. Everybody's in pretty good shape at that point. Getting to that point.
Muscular, jacked, or just like kind of shredded, lean?
Oh yeah, definitely lean.
Yeah.
So a big thing when you talked about so I get to regiment headquarters and Ranger Regiment, and the guys that are there, right? They're very lean and slender, like zero body fat. I mean, these guys are just, but then I realized all the things that we're doing. It's like, I understand why, because you're constantly on the move. You're doing PT like crazy. If you're a junior guy, you're getting smoked. If you're a senior guy, you're getting smoked, and you're smoking each other.
Yeah, you're getting from all angles.
Because you're leading by example, right? So if you're telling somebody to do something, you're doing it. This is constant, like some sort of physical exertion, and then there's the more tangible stuff to be like the best infantryman you can be, right? Just to be a Ranger. I mean, that's who they are. They're the best at what they do, and there's a reason for it because they're training for it. They train to be best. So
can you explain a little, like, for maybe even people that aren't from the U.S. that aren't familiar with the way our military works? What are the Rangers? What do they represent? How many Rangers are there, and how difficult is it to be selected to be a Ranger?
It's so it's a regiment, 3 battalions. Numbers, I'm not quite sure of the numbers, but that's easy. If you look up an infantry regiment and battalion, those are the numbers. Light infantry, I guess, if you're going to look it up. I think even that regiment numbers might even be available online somewhere. But it's so it's to be a grunt, it's not hard. Like, be an infantryman, it's not hard. But to be there as an infantryman, a little bit different, because there's I guess it's a very strict standard of performance, right? And whatever you do, and that's another responsibility and accountability thing, right? So you're going to be accountable for non-performance. So less than par performance, you're going to be held accountable because the standards up here.
That wouldn't happen in standard infantry.
No. So as you go up into the more specialized units too, it's pretty common in the Army for, big Army, big everybody. It's like, okay, it's okay if you do okay.
Yeah, average is average.
Yeah, and it's okay if you're below average. Yeah, as long as you don't fail, right? And then even then, so that's kind of how that goes, generally speaking. But the more and more into the special operations, especially, like you get the 82nd from regular Army, right? Another level of standards, a little bit more higher standards. Then going into the Ranger Battalion, Ranger Regiment, another level of higher standards, right? Like a lot less, performance is a lot more important to you than anything else. But you're motivated to so even in 82nd, for me, I was motivated for like the lineage, upholding the lineage of the units that I was in, right? 82nd, I was in the 1st of 506th Infantry in Korea. Not a big deal in Korea, right? It's a regular infantry unit. But the history of the 1st of the 506th in World War II, they were 82nd Airborne Division at that point. Huge history with those folks, right? And that's what it's like, I'm representing all those guys that came before me. So that everywhere I went, I was like that. And
did they instill that in you, or is that something you did personally?
So it's a personal thing with me, but they do instill that into you. And sometimes that's a reason to discipline somebody, right? So to be respectful for all the in the Ranger Regiment, Ranger Battalion, for all the Rangers that came before you, right? They didn't do what they did for you to be less than like stellar, right? So you're living up to those standards, and then you're kind of respectful to like your history and your lineage in the military. So I love that aspect of all those things. And that's ultimately what is, I guess, what motivated my discipline to do whatever it is I had to do. It's like, there's guys that came before me, so it's possible.
And they got through it.
As impossible as it may seem, it's possible. And suck it up,
Yeah. And did that apply throughout all of your training? Like that mentality? Like someone else got through this. My sister got through basic, these, great men before me got through this training. I can also do what they did.
That was a part of it. Yeah, that was a part of it. And when I got to regiment, the whole story of my whole regiment time. So as I was trying to do that and did it, I got there, put the uniform on, put the scroll on, got my beret. I mean, got everything, passed all the entry courses to get into Ranger Regiment. There's the Ranger Indoctrination Program I did, the Ranger Orientation Program that I did, completed, did all those things. And then it was just an administrative thing that happened to me that unfortunately I didn't get to go permanently assigned to the Ranger Regiment and onto a battalion.
Yeah, and what happened?
So the Army at the time, we're talking early 80s. So Ranger Regiment is new. There's a new 3rd Battalion, and now it's a regiment. Also in the Army, there's 2 other divisions that are being fielded, the 10th Mountain Division up in New York and the 7th Infantry Division, Light Infantry Division in Fort Drum, New York. Or Fort Drum, New York is 10th. Fort Ord, California is the 7th Infantry Division. And they're getting reactivated to be part of the Army now. So that kind of screwed me up administratively. Administratively, they saw me now as another number in the infantry. I think I was a E4, maybe an E5. And now they need me to go to needs of the Army, right? So I get lumped into that to go to one of these divisions, and I got checked.
What does that mean to be E4, E5?
It's middle. It's like a junior leader position.
Got it.
So You sometimes have, as an E5 sergeant in infantry, you have a fire team, sometimes a squad, but a fire team. So 4 others that you're responsible for. There's 2 fire teams in a squad, and then there's a squad leader. So you go up in those kind of
that little hierarchy.
pecking orders. Yep. And they earmarked me because I had light infantry experience. Now I'm an infantry guy, and then they got assignment to Fort Ord, California. I had no idea there was even a military base out there. And so that happens while I'm walking across the base at Fort Benning and signing into the Ranger Regiment and going through all this training and even going into a couple of Ranger schools. That's how I even find out that that I'm even AWOL. That's how I get to this AWOL thing. Because at one point, I'm considered AWOL because I didn't sign in at Fort Ord, California. So as far as the Army is concerned, I checked out of the training company that I was in at Fort Benning and didn't check in to my assigned unit in California.
And why did they think you didn't check in?
Well, they don't have any record of me signing into regiment headquarters, 75th Regiment headquarters.
Did you sign in?
Yeah. They signed me in. And so they knew at one point they're processing paperwork to get me permanently assigned there, which I thought was great. They're like, well, if you pass this and you pass that, then sure. So if you really want to be here, you'll go to these courses, the RIP and the ROPE, and prove yourself there, and then we'll see.
Great.
Right?
This is what you wanted the whole time. This is perfect.
And I did it and did well at it, both of those. And then they were like, all right, we'll process your paperwork. And while you're waiting to process the paperwork, we'll put you into the Ranger School because you can just go in as a walk-on. So if you're there on Benning, especially if you're in regiment there or in Ranger Battalion, you can go there and just show up because inevitably there'll be people who fail the PT test at Ranger School, right? So then you just plug the gaps, right?
Slide in there.
Yeah, I'm waiting, motivated Ranger from battalion, and you just plug the gaps.
Great.
And that's what I did. And I couldn't leave Fort Benning because I was still not assigned. I was only attached to the regiment. And there's these other orders that administratively you have to be on to be temporary duty from Fort Benning to go to the other. So in Ranger School at the time, you go to Utah for some training, you go to Florida for some training, and you go to North Georgia for some training. So all those in order for you to do that administratively, you have to be in a certain assignment status. Then you're on temporary duty status to go to those other bases. Mm. Well, I was only attached. I wasn't assigned. So in an attached administrative status, I couldn't be TDY. And so that's how I even find out I'm AWOL.
Wow.
Because I'm AWOL, but now they're like, I don't know what's going on. We can't clear paperwork. And then ultimately, there's no paycheck. And I was like, so I have to go to our personnel NCO and ask him. It's like, I didn't get paid this month. So as I'm going through all this training, I don't know that until I don't even have a need for money until I get out of that training. And then hey, there's no money to make. What happened? So then administratively, you go to your personnel NCOs. There's an administrative company that handles all that stuff in the Army for you. And then you just ask for, I didn't get paid. Then they give you this paperwork, take it to the finance on military installation, and then they pay you. I did that once. And the second time I did it, they arrested me for being AWOL.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's how I find out I'm AWOL.
And what are you thinking as you're getting arrested? Like,
I thought they had the wrong guy. I was like, what are you doing? What are you talking about?
Cuffs? Like, what is the nature of the arrest? Like,
so they told me I was AWOL. So I go to this main post in Fort Benning, Georgia, and I'm in the finance office, and there's a lot of people in there. Same pay issues. It could be no pay, or it could be jump pay, or something administratively is wrong with their pay. So there's other people in there, and when I went to go hand them my information, it's like, here's my ID, here's my issue on your paperwork. I did it before, and it's really okay. They look at it, ID, all right, and then they cut you a check, and you're good. And then they make sure that in the process they're administratively correcting what was wrong, right? So I go back the second time though, and that's when they said, so person at the cage that you actually talked to, he's, you know, lower enlisted guy. That guy says, hold on a sec, let me get somebody else. A lieutenant comes out and looked at the paperwork, and he looked at me, and he said, wait a minute, let me go get somebody else. And a major comes out, or whoever that was. Another senior guy to him, an officer, came out and said, looked at my name tag. It's like, well, those gentlemen behind you, the MPs, they're here for you. And I was like, what is going on? And as they're, you know, taking me into custody, they just grabbed my arms, right? And I was like, what's going on? You got the wrong guy, obviously. So at the time in Ranger Regiment, we're wearing OG 107s. That's the name of the uniform. That's the nomenclature of this uniform. But they're all green. They're the only ones that are wearing us all flat green uniform now at the time. Everybody else is doing the camouflage battle dress uniform, right? So the Ranger Regiment, special, so they're wearing special uniforms. Jungle fatigues also is what they're called. Black berets, they were the only ones wearing black berets at the time. And then jungle boots, and they were the only ones authorized to wear jungle boots at the time. So I was probably sharpest looking guy in that building. I had shiny jungle boots. I had starched jungle fatigues, shaved head, and my black beret when I was outside, right? And the only thing I remember saying to the officer that was there was like, do I look like an AWOL? I don't know what one looks like, but does it look like I left the Army because I didn't like it anymore?
Yeah. For anyone that doesn't know, AWOL means basically you leave, without permission.
You're absent without leave. Yeah.
Right.
You just walked off. You just deserted your post.
Right. Which is illegal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how I get arrested. And so total administrative stuff going on there.
Are you angry at this point?
No, I didn't know how they could be mistaken because I know what I'd just been doing. I don't know, somebody's going to square this away and get it on. Somebody's got to fix it because this is a mistake of some sort. Eventually, the cadre there at Regiment, the training department that does the RIP and the rope and all that stuff, they came over to the MP station and said, he's one of our soldiers. No. He's not AWOL. He's been with us the whole time. We've had him signed in. They're telling him, the MP station, the magistrate there, the judge, he's not AWOL. He's been assigned to us for this long a time and also the stuff. And I'm allowed to go back to the regiment headquarters. So they release me and I go back to regiment headquarters, and they're trying to get all this administrative stuff worked out. And they can't do it because the two divisions that are coming in the Army have priority on people now, the 7th and the 10th. And unfortunately, and that I was probably the most upset at the Army. Like, how can you screw this thing up, right? I'm doing like a lot of things that people don't like to do. Yeah. And
I'm doing the checklist. Everything is the rest of me. Yeah. I'm nailing it.
Why are you stopping me from doing what I want to do? I was pissed.
And how long are you incarcerated for?
I was just a day.
Okay. Yeah. And they come and get you, and they're like, "No, it's a misunderstanding."
Yep. Yeah. And so initially, I guess whatever that is, they're relinquished custody. You know, like to the supervisors that knew who I was and regiment. So, you know, I don't know what that would be called otherwise. It's a military thing. Just, yes, you can't leave and all this other stuff, like house arrest kind of thing. But it didn't equate to anything. I was still able to do whatever I wanted to do.
But it ultimately derails your path.
Yep.
To becoming a ranger officially.
Yep. Yeah, that was a great time. I was another discipline, highly disciplined, very accountable kind of place, responsible for a lot of stuff, or even if it's just myself, you know, you're held accountable for performance, really. Yeah, or not screwing up, not doing stupid shit when you're out in town, you know, having too much to drink or something, whatever. You're held accountable for everything that you do.
And so what ends up happening when you actually try to finish, you know, selection and training and everything? Are they saying because on your record you're AWOL, you can't actually become a ranger?
Yeah. So they told me to correct all this stuff administratively. I have to go report to Fort Ord, California, and sign in there, and then that officially ends the clock. So from time I left Fort Benning and I was at Benning the whole time, but then the time I get to California at that unit, that was the official stop clock. Okay, you're legit. You're not AWOL anymore, and life goes on. So everybody at regiment there at the time when I was leaving, they said, well, we don't have the weight anymore that we did when it was just us, and these other two divisions have priority in the Army now. And they were even asked for guys in the regiment at the time to go field these two divisions. They want experienced NCOs and that Ranger experience to these divisions. So I got lumped into that. I was like, well, go to the 7th Infantry Division and do great things. 'Cause I did not want to be there, but I didn't even know what the 7th Infantry was. But once I got there, I signed in. It's like, well, this is what I'm dealing with now. So, okay.
Are you heartbroken? Or you're like, my goal, this thing I've been working on for how many years at this point? Like, it's probably like 4 or 5 years of work.
6, 7 years. Yeah. Yeah. I was destroyed
because of some paperwork issue.
Yeah.
Gets taken away from you.
Yeah. I was done with the Army. I was like, yeah, that was the ultimate slap in the face. It's like, why would they ever do that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was pissed off. But I got to Fort Ord, and everybody at Benning was great. All the regiment, management, supervisors, all of them. I said, well, is what it is, man. You got to get there, sign in, and you can come back, just fill out this paperwork again. To transfer, which never works. It didn't work for me either there again. So I got there, and 7th Infantry Division it ended up to be a good experience in life. Another leadership kind of leadership challenges I probably wouldn't have had anywhere else. And ultimately I get to go to combat with them. Right. And then that's another whole, I didn't know what that was going to be like. And then I ended up finding out what it was like. And I was like, okay. So everything I did to this point to get ready for war, right, and my personal abilities and then leading troops and squads, right, to get ready for war. Nobody really knows what that's like until you get there, right? So get ready for combat as a grunt. Well, yeah, I don't know. We'll just do grunt stuff, right? And so the guys that are good at that, because they've actually been in combat, or just have that much discipline, is the Ranger Regiment, right? So they were already at that. They're already at that level, and so I just thought that isn't just because I'm not there doesn't mean that level of discipline and accountability and responsibility can't apply here. So I did the same thing there, just held the, and again back to that level of discipline, back to a lesser level of discipline, right? In regular Army folks, I was like, yeah, that's not going to happen. I'm going to hold you to the same standards that I'm comfortable with.
So in a way, it kind of prepared you, and this has happened twice now, where you are an engineer, then you got to go back to infantry, and then you do all this Ranger training, and then to the 7th. You know, like you're overqualified for all these positions that you kind of take on, sort of incidentally, and you benefit from it.
And the door slams on my face. Like, whatever, kick it down, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, and you know, as an infantry leader, I just loved it. I loved the whole premise of it. You know, be a grunt. I mean, that's who fights the wars, right? I mean, if we ever go to war, this is where I want to be, right? And then until you go to war, you're preparing for it.
And who'd you get deployed with, or where did you get deployed to?
Panama.
So that's when you're with the 7th
Yep.
in Panama.
Yeah. So again, back to the unit history of things. So I'm in the 9th Infantry Regiment. the Manchus, huge history of fighting and combat and stuff like that. And so when I was there, I was like, I'm assigned to the 9th Infantry Regiment. I was like, I don't know 9th Infantry Regiment if I'm anybody else in 7th Infantry Division. I don't know. I don't know their history yet either. But once I started digging into it, that's when I got, okay, my mind's, wrap my mind around, you know, where I'm at. This is where I'm at. All right, dig into it, and let's see what I can make of this, what I don't know this assignment's going to be like. They wanted me to go to what they were calling this light infantry leaders cadre. So they're all guys coming out of Ranger Regiment that are filling these positions to teach the infantry how to be infantrymen, right? I was like, yeah, that sounds cool. But no, I honestly haven't done the work yet. I've been through training, I've been through selections, and I've been on exercises, and I've done all the work, but I really haven't done it yet. So I was like, no, I want to go to a line company and get troops ready for war that way. Like I signed up to be a leader of grunts, and I hadn't done that yet. So in my mind, I didn't want to train yet and train other NCOs to do that before having done it myself.
Right, even though you technically could.
Yep. And that's what the Army said. Yeah, you're good enough. So you've done it already. So,
but you said no.
Yeah, I said no. I have, but I haven't.
How close would you say you were when it comes to Ranger training? Like, let's say 100% is like you were officially a Ranger. Like, what percentage loaded were you?
Oh, that's a great question. So within the community also, so there's a lot of guys that were in Ranger Battalion and Ranger Regiment that haven't been to Ranger School, right? Mm-hmm. So they go through the whole thing, and for some reason, they don't get an opportunity to go to Ranger School. They could have been in an MOS that wasn't a priority or something like that, because there's other MOSs that don't get priority. So even within the regiment, or positions that get priority over others. So I know guys that have been there in a battalion or one of the other battalions, and then haven't been to Ranger School. So they're not tabbed Rangers. They don't have the Ranger tab. And within that community, though, there's guys like, oh yeah, that's what they told me. Like, don't worry about it. So the first sergeant and the cadre there at RIP and ROPE and all those guys decided, yeah, you've more than qualified yourself as a Ranger. So be proud of it and all this other stuff, because I was pissed off. So they were just trying to really talk me off the ledge.
Obviously. Yeah, you're like, my dream was taken away. Like, no, you did your dream. You just don't realize it. You're like, fuck you.
Yeah. So there is that too. There's like, no, you're more of a Ranger than a lot of other Rangers, right? It's like, okay, yeah. And I finally get to the Fort Ord, and I was like, no, I got to get troops. And I loved every minute of it. I ended up, there's probably challenges in my life and in the Army that I would not have had to like deal with, and then, maybe a better leader, I think, by dealing with it, like disciplinary problems or physical conditioning problems, right? And I always said it's like it's easy to be a leader in like a disciplined unit, because they do what you want. They don't even ask a question; they just do whatever you say. They jump. They're like, "Ha ha!" Right? What's the challenge of that? But when you say to a regular infantry guy, jump, and they jump, it's like, oh no, you needed to jump higher than that. You had to put out more than that. And they're like, well, I don't have to, right? So to get those kind of challenges, leadership challenges, to get them to do what you want to do, right? Their level of individual responsibility and accountability is different, right? So they're not motivated to the same way. As far as they're concerned, they're doing enough. And when you get into places like 82nd and the Ranger Battalion and other special operations units, that attitude doesn't exist.
Right, yeah, they get weeded out.
Yeah, so I was back down to that, and I was like, wow, why doesn't anybody want to be here like as bad as me, right?
Right.
You should all want to be here as bad as me.
Yeah. And how far along are these guys that you're leading?
Oh, they're brand new, right? So
a year in, they just finished basic? Or?
Yep.
Wow.
6-7 months.
Oh, wow.
Army.
So these are like real young guys.
Yep.
And you've been in it, 10, 12 years or something.
Yeah. And they're that's the limit of their expectations of themselves too, is just to get there.
Right.
Finish basic training, be a grunt, and then go to a unit, serve your time, and then get out.
Right.
So they're not there to do anything more than the minimum, and generally speaking, so that's what I got out of that whole that assignment. I thought it was great. So how do you motivate like those people to do like great things, right?
How do you
push
motivate
them, right? How do you push them to that point, like to do things they would never do on their own?
How do you do that?
I don't know. So
Good.
Leadership by example is what I decided to do, right? I'm not going to, so in my mind, I'm not going to tell them to do anything I haven't done, won't do again, and I'll do it right by themselves, right with them, right? So if I'm going to do, tell somebody to do something, I'm going to show them by example. Let's go, right? Follow me. So that's the leadership methodology I had and the mindset that I had to get these guys to do whatever it is. It's like, you are literally not doing anything that I am not going to do with you, and I'm not doing with you right now. I mean, all day long. It's like, so ultimately they see that. I don't have to say that. It's like they eventually see it because they see other of my similar level leaders not doing that. They're just barking commands. Do what I say, not as I do, kind of thing. And they're not leading by example. So then eventually they see me, like, and other people outside of my little, 10 guys, they see the difference. They're like, well, at least your squad leader's doing it with you, right? It's like he's not telling you to go do something that he's not actually doing with you.
Yeah, he doesn't think he's better than you or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, you're like, no, I'm in the trenches with you guys. Let's go.
Because in my mind too, literally you're going to be in it with them too. You are literally in it with them. You're leading them in combat. You're leading them. You're in foxholes. You're in the dirt. You're all those things. So, but at that level of the Army, though, there's leaders who are not like that. They're just do as I say, and I'll see you whenever.
And where did you learn that from?
Well, a lot of that was time in 82nd, time in regiment. The short time that I was there in both places, that's what they did. Those
leaders were doing it with y'all.
Yep. So I saw that, and so those are one of the things I saw right away at the 82nd Vice Engineer stuff, or it didn't really equate that way because it's different being an engineer. So, but I saw that right away when I started getting my infantry training. I saw it again in regiment, and because there wasn't anything that they didn't tell you to do that, because like a simple little road march, and it's going to be a death march every time, right? You go out there, but they say, hey, they point out the actual cadre member who is like, follow him, don't fall behind him. You fall behind him, you're a failure. You failed, and failure is not an option. You're gone, right? So don't fall behind him. Keep pace with that dude, and they're hauling ass, right? So it's like, all right. Well, he's out here doing it.
Yeah.
So I have no excuse.
Yeah.
And then a couple times I got got near the dude that was like, don't fall behind dude. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Motivate me to, it's like, well, no, they're leading the way, right? They're setting the standard. So I'm going to meet or exceed it, right? That's kind of the mentality that I adopted.
Yeah.
And usually guys doing that stuff do that as well. It's not like I want to just, as long as I don't fall behind him, I'm good. It's all the guys that are there that actually make it there and further. It's like, I'm going to beat that dude up front, or I'm going to stay with that guy. I'm going to stay on his heels the whole time, which is hard task to do, but that's what you're trying to set yourself up for.
Yeah, got to create the example. Yeah. I mean, that applies to really everything, right? Even outside the military, just any leadership position.
Yeah.
It's hard to ask someone to do something that you haven't done or you wouldn't do.
Yeah. Yeah. And I've so in the leadership out later on in government service too, totally different. It's like, but I'm still a leader by example. I'm not going to tell you whoever I'm in charge of, whoever I'm responsible for, I'm not going to tell them to do anything that I wouldn't do myself. And so I get out there and do it. And yeah, it's like going into the war zones the last 20 years. It's like get some of the full-time guys, some of my colleagues that won't go out and do the actual jobs. They'll think or say that my responsibility, my job is right here. I'll let the guys go out there and danger land, right?
They're not going to respect you.
Yeah, and that's what happened.
You, man.
That's what happened. And I'd never thought even that was an option. It's like, no, I'm here. I'm on. I'm your team leader.
But you loved it. You're looking at them like, why are they going to have all the fun?
Yeah.
Like, you didn't even do it to be a leader. You did it because you're like, fuck them for stealing all the good parts.
Yeah, that
like,
too, right?
Yeah.
It's like, no, that's what I signed up for.
Yeah.
I
don't want to sit in an office and bark orders. I want to be doing push-ups and fucking carrying bags and shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Which paid off in, a lot of ways. Getting respect. I mean, you earn it, right? That's literally how you get that. And then how do you earn it with your peers, right? Well, being good at what you do is one thing, and doing what you're asking everybody else to do is another thing. I mean, there's so many things that you could do, and I've actually been told like just the opposite sometimes, right? In my government career, it's like, well, that's not. You're in a leadership position now. That's not your role anymore to actually do the grunt work, per se. I was like, no, but they have to see me. Just the fact that I'm in this position doesn't mean anything. I don't know. I'm equating to the times that I was the guy on the team too, and seeing the team leaders and the guys who are doing the job, and it shows in a lot of ways. It shows in the taskings that you get from those guys. And it also, you see them on the street with you too. Protective detail, if that's what it is, right? You're on the streets of Baghdad, whatever it is, wherever you are. And there's the team leader, the shift leader, those guys, they're out here with me. So, and I see his competencies or I see his weaknesses. So that's what holds a lot of guys back. They don't want to go to the range with all the guys because it's like, I don't want to show my ass. It's like, oh, get better. Get better then. And then go to the range with them. And
yeah, it's rooted in insecurity.
Yeah.
They're going to find out I'm a fraud. They're going to find out that I'm not as good as they think I am.
Yeah.
And instead of either one, embracing that, being like, hey, I'm not the best at this thing, and that's okay.
Yeah.
I'm still the leader.
Yep.
Or getting better at their incompetencies and saying like, no, I'm going to level up where those aren't weaknesses anymore. Yeah. They would just rather remove themselves from the situation.
Oh, that's a huge thing too. And to your point on there's fewer guys that will be in the, and I've seen it and I totally respect them for it. It's like, I'm not as good as you guys. You guys are the experts, but while I'm here, I'm going to rely on you guys to get me, spun up and get me to your level. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, I'm still a team leader. I got responsibilities outside of the actual team stuff, but doesn't matter. I'm letting you know up front. You guys are the core of the professional competencies and the core of the team that are doing the job. But I'm gonna get out there with you, so make sure that I know what I'm doing.
Right.
Right.
And I'm also gonna bust my ass just like you guys are. I might work harder than you.
Yeah.
But that requires a lot of security to go to guys that are maybe lower rank and be vulnerable and be honest.
Yeah, because there is I mean, you if you're doing your job like that, then you're putting in a lot of time. You're doing the stuff on the street, which is totally different than being back in the office. So if you're like doing what I did, you're putting in your time on the street. You make the time to go out there and do stuff on the street, and then get back and then do your desk job stuff, because there is that. Yeah, but that shows and even with other folks in the office that see the differences between leadership styles, and then they see how that kind of is felt down on the teams too, and then they get the whole atmosphere thing going on, with when somebody is like a respected person, right? And somebody is not as respected as that person shows up. It shows in a lot of ways. It shows in your colleagues that are there in the office with you. So I used to get that a lot. It's like, damn, you're not in the office as much as your other guy that you replaced. Is like, I don't know what he did, but
yeah.
Are you good with that? Or what am I missing something here?
This is how I do it.
Yeah. And they're like, no. That's actually no. Absolutely. We thought that's what that was like. But your other guy you just replaced, he was in here like every day.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, if that's the expectation, I'm not going to meet it because I'm not going to be here every
I don't
day.
feel like being in this office with you guys.
Yeah. I mean, it's nice and comfortable, but no, I got to get out there on the street.
Yeah. So how was it when you first go to Panama?
Oh man, so for me, that was like the prove out, right? Of what I was doing to that point.
You've done all this work,
preparing myself,
all this training,
and my team,
all this preparation.
Right? Yeah. And it showed, I mean, unfortunately, it shows negatively too on the folks that didn't prepare the way that they probably should have, right? I mean, that was peacetime army, right? So when are we ever going to go to war, right? I mean, guess what? You never know. And that's all I was saying to myself. It's like, well, just in case, I don't know either. But I'm not into the whole global politics and what's going on in the world right now. But I know what I got to do, and I know my job, or I have an idea what I think my job is. And this is to prepare them for the worst case scenario. We get called out tomorrow and we got to go somewhere and do grunt stuff. So I just had that mentality. And the first time we got there, you see you see the difference on preparedness, and because now it's like, okay, this is real. But so for me, it's like, okay, this is real, but we're ready. That's a whole different attitude and mindset than, okay, this is real and we're not ready.
That's a bad feeling. You show up to the test and you're like, I did not study one bit for this. That is a bad feeling.
Yeah.
What's up, guys? We're going to take a break really quick from this conversation with Ninja because I got to tell you about my friends at Morgan & Morgan. I'm sorry to interrupt Ninja here. Okay, Ninja is one of the baddest motherfuckers I know. This guy's a tough dude. He got into Delta Force, CIA Operative. I mean, a bad motherfucker, all right? And that's hard. To become a Delta Force, become a Ranger, get in the Army, infantry, all this stuff is very hard, extremely hard. Think about how hard it is. Years of work, training, punishment, hurting your body for our country. But you know what's not hard? Hiring Morgan & Morgan. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest personal injury law firm. That's correct. Over 100 offices nationwide and more than 800 attorneys. Morgan & Morgan is waiting to hear from you. Here's what I love about Morgan & Morgan. It's not hard to do. Most of these other law firms, and I'm telling you this from experience, I've had to hire some attorneys in my day. Most of these other attorneys, it's impossible to get a hold of them. It's so hard to submit a claim. You got to go through pages and pages of like sketchy attorneys that you don't even know, you've never even heard of. You're like, who is this guy? Is he going to rip me off? A lot of these guys are going to charge you just to even look at your case. Not Morgan & Morgan. Morgan & Morgan, it's not like hiring an attorney. It's like ordering something off Amazon. It's like ordering something on Uber Eats. It's 8 clicks or less when you go to forthepeople.com and submit a claim. Never before in history has it been easier to submit a claim to a nationally trusted personal injury law firm. And Morgan & Morgan, let me tell you, they are nationally trusted. With over $15 billion recovered for over 300,000 clients, Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. So if you're ever injured, it doesn't have to be hard. You could go check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. That's right. Unless they win your case, you are paying $0. For more information, you go to forthepeople.com/Gagnon. That's correct. forthepeople.com/Gagnon, Gagnon, or dial pound law. That's pound 529 from your cell phone. That's for the people, forthepeople.com/Gagnon, Gagnon, or dial pound law from your cell phone. This is a paid advertisement. We got to get back to this conversation with Bob Poras, aka Ninja. But just remember, becoming a Delta Force operative, joining the CIA, becoming an infantry in the Army is extremely hard. But submitting an injury claim with Morgan & Morgan is easy. Now let's get back to the show. You find out you're going to Panama. Are you excited? Are you scared? Are you nervous? What is the feeling?
There's a level of, I guess, nervousness. Like this is the test we've been all waiting for. This is the test we've been all training. Well, some of us have been training for all our lives, right?
And you're not going as just a regular guy. You're going as a leader of men.
Yeah. Yep.
That is a different level. Like, I don't know if most people's first combat experience is, leading people. And so there's a different pressure for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you deal with that pressure?
That was that was what I was focusing or thinking about in the preparation. It's like the only reference I have at that point is movies. What are you going to tell your guy's sister, family, whatever happened to your guy, right? And so that was another thing that I had just thought about, and I had no reference for that at all, except for movies, right? And some of the earlier guys that I talked to coming back from Vietnam, those are my senior NCOs that were around when I first came in, were saying stuff like that. It's like, what are you going to say to your buddy's family on what happened? It's like, you want to be able to say some good things, right? And that he was ready, you were ready, they did everything, and just as things happen in war, right? So those are all my references, and most of it was just like, well, if I have to talk to someone, which I wouldn't be that guy. I mean, because I was so low on the totem pole. But if I was, I'm going to tell him that we were ready, he was ready, and this is just circumstances of our situation. That was always in the back of my mind. And so before we get called out on that one, so December 20th, 89, we were in Panama already earlier that summer. So we were doing patrolling missions. So as Panama's degrading as a government and a country, and Noriega is doing one thing after another, and the situation is deteriorating. We could go down there to support the operations that are happening in Panama along the Panama Canal. So we're escorting vehicles, a lot of guard duties, just securing places that were in Panama, American facilities, American like housing areas and stuff like that. And then we were training also while we were down there. So the 7th Special Forces Group was down there. So we were training with them, doing combat related tasks, flying into hot LZs, live fire training, a bunch. We were pretty busy that summer. And we had come back around Thanksgiving that year. And so it's a rotational thing. Our sister battalions are rotating in and out of that mission. And then it just gets to the point where it's deteriorated, and the decision is to deploy and go down there. So I want to say we were on leave or getting ready to go on leave. We were supposed to get a break. So there's these block times of the year that you get to take a break. It's usually around holidays. I want to say we were getting ready for that. Or there was already some people gone, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And it was, all right, we've been kicking ass all summer, been training. It's been hot in Panama, and we're back home, and, nothing's going on. And then that word comes down, and it was kind of surreal. It's like, because I don't know what it was like in the 20 years previous to this in the war zones in Iraq and Afghanistan for the guys, but there wasn't a war going on when we first got called out for that. And like the guys in Grenada had been called out in 83. Mm-hmm. I wasn't a part of that, so I didn't get that experience. But this is my first time, and a lot of the guys that were there, their first time. And we did have some vets that were with us. A couple of guys were in Grenada, so that wasn't their first time, but it was a lot of our first time. And it was the weirdest thing. It was so surreal. Our company, so our battalion commander and our company commander eventually, they're giving we're getting ready, and it's just a matter of just packing stuff now. We're all getting consolidated. Everybody's coming back from leaves, and at one point we didn't have, I didn't have all the guys that had left already. They'd already flown home for the holidays. and everybody's coming back, and I finally get all my guys back at one point, and there's still some people out, but we're getting these briefings, and again, my only reference was movies and shit, right? So our commanders are getting up there and saying, we're going to war. This is real. This is whatever's happening in the situation. What I don't remember the speeches. I wish I would have remembered them because they were pretty good. Because I remember feeling when they're saying stuff like, hey, like bring back all your guys kind of stuff, right? It's like, well,
yeah, that's pretty real.
I was like, okay, all right. Now I actually felt that was a responsibility of mine, right? Which is fine because that was what I was thinking already in preparation.
Yeah.
And
it is a responsibility of yours, right?
Yeah, but there is you really don't know. I mean,
yeah, I guess you can't control it, necessarily.
Yeah, so I was always kind of, we'll do the best we can. We're ready, but who knows what's going to actually happen, right? So I kept, that was reassuring for me. It's like, well, I couldn't have done anything else to get prepared for this moment. So
right,
let's do this, right?
Yeah. You could have knocked on AWOL, but other than that.
So so interesting though, when we got there. So we'd already been there. So that summer. So we were familiar with the area and sights and smells and all that stuff. So we packed up what's the name of the airfield? Travis Air Force Base in California. That's how we trucked out to there, got on planes, and flew to, I want to say Lackland Air Force Base. It was one of the Air Force bases in Texas, right near San Antonio. And they landed there because the Panama airfield, the airport there that we were landing, was getting mortared. We heard they had reports that it was getting mortared and shelled. They were getting attacked.
Getting attacked by
the Noriega's guys.
Gotcha.
So there's a big battle going on at the airport is what we're hearing, is why we have to land in Texas and wait for things to somewhat get stable. But it's kind of one of those things like, okay, this is what we're getting ready to do. So that's why we're going, right? To possibly now to help secure our landing. Or the landings of people after us. Yeah. So that was a moment of another moment. So we leave Travis Air Force Base in California, and we're told we got all of our gear and everything, and we don't have any ammo yet. And I said, well, we're going to get that when we get on the plane. And then we get on the plane, get to Travis or whatever Air Force Base I was in Texas, and we sit on the ground there. And then we're told that we landed here. So we left California thinking next stop is Panama. Yeah. And we land in Texas, and they tell us, that's when they tell us, we're off the planes and we're in the hangars, and they say the airport's getting attacked right now. There's mortars and all this other shit going on. So we sit there for a little bit. I don't remember how long that was, but it wasn't that long. Get on the plane and say, okay, let's go. All right. Whatever has happened is whatever is happening. It's better than it was, I guess. And on the plane we go, and we land. Ramps fall and ramps get lowered, so to get off the plane in Panama, it's hot, humid. Plus, you get the engine exhaust. It's just hot. So they're gonna land, spin around, and get ready to take off. And then while they're in their spin around mode, that's the time you have to get off. And then as soon as you get off, they're taking off, right? So another plane comes in, does the same thing, and then that's the sequence of events, right? And so you don't have a whole lot of time to get off. It's like the plane's landing, get off, and get ammunition, whatever. We have to go to this one consolidation point and get loaded up with all the ammo and whatever we need to do, what we need to do, all the infantry stuff, get all the rockets and the grenades and all that cool stuff, and then be prepared for the next mission, right? So that was, we get up, it's just like a wall of humidity and heat that hits you. It's just nasty. Yeah. It's like, oh God. So for those of us who were down in that summer though, we're like, okay, we're back.
Yeah.
And then we were better off than some because we were already down in Panama, so the heat didn't affect us as much. So we get down there, we get in our positions and our perimeters, and I'm scrounging for ammo and grenades as many as we can pack on our kit. And we see these, there's these vehicles that used to be put in helicopters, and oh man, I can't remember what they're named, but so those are being used now for casualty evacuation stuff. So, so people are dropping from heat.
Oh, really?
Just the heat exhaustion. Heat, they're stroking out everywhere because of the heat, right? So we're down, doing our infantry stuff. We're on the perimeter, so we're facing the dirt, facing out, securing the airport while we get ready to go. And we see these trailers behind us, and they're towing people, casualties. And all you see is their feet dangling off these trailers. And I looked back, I was like, oh shit. Okay, well, I guess we're taking casualties somewhere on the battlefield, because you could hear all the gunfire out in the city and out in the nothing really close, but you can hear it going on. It's like literally the sights and sounds of the battle, right? Things are exploding off in the distance. There's a firefight going on. You hear the fire exchange and gunfire exchange, but at the airport there's really nothing going on yet. So I saw the first one go by and I was like, oh shit. All right, well, things are getting real, right? Second one goes by and I was like, God dang. And then one of my guys, so he's facing out on security, but when he turned around like that, he saw the one Jeep towing a trailer with guys' feet dangling off the end of it, right? And freaked him out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't blame him, dude.
And he's like, what the fuck is that? I was like, and I was like, probably a heat casualty is what I said. I didn't know. I thought the same thing he did, but I was like, just to kind of calm him down. It's like, probably a heat casualty. I'll go find out what's going on. And it actually was. So I go to the medic tent, and they're just lining them up, just heat casualties, and dropping like flies. And they weren't from our unit. They were from another unit that was there on the base. And I was like, all right, well, in my mind, I was like, okay, that's a little reassuring. It's only heat casualties. All we got to do is drink water.
Yeah.
And that's what I said when I got back. I was like, hey, everybody drink water, right? And then you literally had to watch them, right? Like, because you don't, it's not, I don't know if it's not, it's a feeling, it's a fullness thing when you drink a lot of water like that, right? And at the time, it doesn't matter that you drink a whole canteen of water. You're not supposed to do that because your body won't absorb it. You're going to end up pissing it out anyway. But that's what we did. Mm-hmm. It's like, I want to see you drink that whole canteen of water. You just sit there, and then, okay, next to the guy. And then watch him down a whole canteen. That's just what we did.
Yeah.
They're going to piss it all out, but you did your job.
Yeah.
Right? Made sure they had some water.
This is the nicest hazing they'll ever do. It's like, hey, drink water. You're like, all right. Yeah. Sounds not too bad.
And that's always kind of a joke too. Like when you're I'll even say that now, like take a knee face out or drink water, right? Mm-hmm. Like you're having some issues, drink some water, get over it, drink some water. You'll be fine.
That's fine.
Yeah. So we get all of our stuff. So we have that little roller coaster of, things going on, emotions, whatever you want to call it.
24 hours is pretty intense.
Yeah. And so night's falling and we're getting the mission. At nightfall, we're going to get inserted into the Panama City. So big schematics, maps, and the 82nd Airborne Division has half of the city. We have the other half, and, all right, roger that. And we're going to be in this particular part of the neighborhood. And okay, so we're going out there. We all get loaded up, and we're getting loaded up on whatever vehicles they have there to get us into the fight. And they're all 2.5 ton trucks, so decent halves. Military vehicles, they're transport vehicles. And so we get them all rigged up with rucksacks on the rails, and so we have something to hide behind and face out with the guns and all that stuff, just to get us into position. And we you know, the city had a curfew, so it was pretty quiet. And all you heard was like a track vehicle, army, friendly track vehicles running around, and the sound of those things running around, and a couple of gunfights off in the distance, and so it was that's kind of neat. But it was kind of that we already knew. I mean, literally, what it smells like actually makes a big deal. Like the area, the environment, the air, because that can be like a shock to some folks if you haven't, you know, just one of your senses that's absorbing new information, right? Mm-hmm. But we'd already smelled it, we'd already been there, so it was kind of okay, we're back. Not just gunfire.
Yeah, it's a little different though. This is not a vacation.
Yeah, we're locked and loaded and all sorts of. So during the difference between the summer and then was. You do a lot of stupid shit in when you have live ammunition and you're on patrol and during like that summer, because you tape up frag handles, the spoon, for lack of a better term. You tape up those things so that you can't accidentally blow up. Mm-hmm. And if you use it, then you have to intentionally take off the masking tape, right? Take that off, then take the safety off, and then throw your
right. Just another barrier.
Yeah, so you can't just fall out of your kit and then explode on the ground, right? Accidentally or whatever. You can't do that, but that's what you're doing, right? That's what you're kind of thinking. So you tape things up, you tape up magazines, you do all kinds of stupid shit. Mm-hmm. You don't have a bullet in the chamber, you have a bullet, you know, in your magazine, but it's not loaded in the chamber. You do all these kind of things. Then it's like, loaded chamber, frags are ready to use.
Safety's off.
Yep. Yeah, safety's off everything, and you're ready to rock and roll.
Whoa.
So, yeah, that was so to me. So, I had a machine gun team on my squad attached to me, and those are things that are happening, and they might seem small, but for the first time, this is happening. Like you're ready to go. You're not on a range. This is real. Locking and loading, and belts are getting locked and loaded in the machine guns, and you know everybody is. It's pretty surreal, right? It's pretty. This is it, right? And then it's just a matter of this is what we've done so many times in rehearsals and practices and training. For me, it was just like, and listening to the guys afterwards too. They're like, well, you know, it was. Just like we did back at Fort Ord, just doing the same thing. You said this, I did that, and it was all good. It's like, that's kind of what I felt too. And to the point then, at that point, where they were almost in sync with what needed to happen. Like, and that's how they explained it to me later. They're like, well, we knew you were going to say this because we'd done it 100 million times.
It's almost like telepathic at this point.
So we knew what was coming, and we just so that closed the gap on a reaction, right?
Right. The training worked.
Yep. And so over and over and over again, like those small things like that, it's like, well, you know, to me, it's like, well, then I was doing the right thing. The first time we got dropped off, I hardly know where we're at. I kind of have a general idea of the city and the parts of where the city we're at, but I don't know exactly like that spot on the ground. It's like I have a pretty good idea because I looked at the map. I knew where we were traveling. I knew what we're doing. So I didn't have to get a map out and look at a map and trying to find out where I was. So I had a general idea where we're at, and we were getting dropped off in this huge, like, I don't know. It's like a strip mall kind of thing. And there was the street that was next to us was all barricaded, barbed wired, and all that other stuff. And there's a curfew, so that no civilian vehicles should be on the street, no locals. Saw some track vehicles running around and army dudes doing army shit. I mean, that's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. But we get dropped off. We get off the trucks, and we get out, face out, and pull security. And this car comes screeching. So we don't know it yet, but this car is just trying to get home. Like to beat they were out past the curfew. They're just trying to get home, right? Car comes screeching around the corner and gets into this thing. That's what we were told later on. It's like they may have been just trying to get home, but we lit them up. So the dude survives the day, and we end up patching him up, and he's in a hospital somewhere. We don't know what happens to him after that, but he lives, is what we're told. So he comes in, he's screeching around the corner, and it's another kangaroo story in Australia, but it's like we open up on this dude. He's screeching. He stops because barbed wire. The car stops, and something comes out of the car. So we think, okay, he stopped, and he's throwing fragmentation grenades, right? So as soon as that happens, like the guns start opening up on this guy, and then silence. Nothing's happening, and yeah, it was. I wish I knew the real story of that dude. To us, he was being aggressive, and he was trying to do harm to us, right? Or somebody. He was en route somewhere quickly. I think I just rationalized in my mind he was going home trying to beat the curfew, but we light him up, get him out of the car. He's got a few holes in him. His car's trashed. They bandage him up and sent him off to wherever they took him to get medically treated for his wounds and injuries. He was probably a detainee for a while. Whatever process happens after we deal with him, I have no idea. Later on, way later on, we're almost getting ready to go home. Hey, whatever happened to that dude that we shot up the first night? And that's what they told us. He's fine. He got treated. He's whatever, recovering from his wounds and his injuries in whatever hospital he was in. I was like, oh, cool. Well, who was it? And I don't know that we ever knew who that was, but we thought it was a threat. Shot him up. He gets medevaced. He's living apparently. So this is January when we're getting ready to go home. They tell us all this because we're like, hey, whatever. We're finally thinking about other things. Hey, whatever happened to that dude? Mm-hmm. And that's what they told us. It's like, all right. Sucks to be him, I guess. I mean, whoa. Bad day to be him, right?
Yeah.
I mean, should have been out after curfew.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, does that ever make you like moments like that? Does that ever make you like kind of like, especially in that time, start questioning like, okay, what are we doing here? Like, what is the purpose of this? Are you aware geopolitically of like what Noriega is doing? Or are you just like, I have my mission, I'm going to do it, and just listen to the staffers?
More of the my level execution, mm-hmm. Right? So at my level too, I have an idea of the geopolitical environment that we're in, but that's not a consideration of mine. That's way above my pay grade.
Right.
All right. They told us to do a job, and we're going to do it. So mission focused, do the mission. Do the mission,
take care of my guys.
Yeah. Yeah. And so for me, whatever happened to that dude, casualty of war, right? Things happen. Mm-hmm. Like there was rules set in place. He violated those rules, and these are the consequences of what happened.
Unfortunately, he didn't die.
As far as we know.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly don't really know, but that's what we were told. Mm-hmm. I'm good with that. Good on him.
Yeah. And were you there when Noriega actually got neutralized?
When he was arrested. So we were on the ground. I had nothing to do with that directly because I was out on the periphery of the whole firefight going on, or the whole fighting going on in Panama. We heard about it just like everybody else heard about it. Eventually, through the grapevine, they're telling us that he's at the papal nuncio is where he is, and it's like, okay, I don't know where that is. I have to look on a map to look at what that is. Okay, mm-hmm. That's not my mission. So, all right, he's there. All right, well, whatever's going on there.
And is this around the time that you ran into the Delta Force guys?
Yeah.
This is a wild story. This might be the most dangerous car you've ever looked inside of in history.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, which is, I know later on too, that's like your worst enemy, right? Like the soldier on the street, because they're all jacked up, ready to shoot at anything, right? So in my position there, I mean, we're all jacked up, ready to shoot at anybody coming through. We were given a mission. Nobody gets through, right? Nobody. Well, roger that.
Deal.
Off we go, right?
That's pretty easy.
Yeah. And we shut down the street. And that night, there's some things go on that night before that that keep us engaged with gunfire and aggressive people and people trying to walk on the street when they're not supposed to walk on the street, and guys with guns and barricades, and there's a bunch of stuff going on. So and also we can hear down the street from us. So we're told in this one intersection that I'm at, I get plussed up with another gun team and some other guys from the company, the platoon I was in. So we can have more guns at this intersection, because the Battalion 2000, which was Noriega's army at the time, had left during the invasion, the actual, fighting going on, and then now they're regrouping and coming back in the city. That road we were on was one of the roads they were using. So that's what they tell me. I was like, so where's everybody else? It's just me and my 10, 12 guys, whatever it was. We're going to stop this army.
It was just you guys assigned to that street.
Yeah. Well, so in the perimeter, this part of the perimeter, we're securing this whole neighborhood, right? So the other guys are scattered or in other positions securing this one neighborhood. I just happen to be on the side where they're making the main thrust coming back in Panama City.
Whoa.
To retake the city. Yeah, that's what I was told. I was like, all right, cool, man.
Let's lock it down.
Yeah. Be careful what you ask for, because you might just get it, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, we're ready. We'll do what we can, for whoever's coming down that road. And so that night we're relocating the fencing, and what they have for fencing over there is just cylindrical blocks, and then they stack them. There's no mortar or anything. They just stack them, and that's how they make their walls and privacy fences. So we relocated all that stuff, put it on the street, made, rudimentary speed bumps and barricades and a little bit of concertina wire we had. And we're just moving things onto the street to make some sort of blockage and controlled access. And then we'll just put guns on it and overwatch it with guns. So we did that, and as the sun's coming up, so that night we hear down the road. So what's the official term for that one? The Spectre gunship. It's a C-130 with guns and more howitzers and all kinds of shit on it. Right? We can hear that down the road, and we can actually see the plane. So we were talking jungle. You can't see out and around you that way, but we can see the actual aircraft, and it was shooting right at this whatever it was down the road. So that was the same area that we were told the Battalion 2000's coming back into the neighborhood, right, or into the city. So we're thinking, yeah, take care as much as you can, right, because it's only us.
Yeah, it's coming to us, 12 guys or whatever.
I don't know if anybody else knows that, but it's only us. 2 machine guns and AT-4s. It's an infantry squad. We're getting ready to wreak havoc on whoever's coming down that road, right? And so that most of that night we heard that going on, and I'm guessing the guys that we ended up stopping at the checkpoint were the ones who were controlling that call for fire mission on those guys. Because as the sun's rising, cars are starting to get, so what they know, the Panamanians know as the curfew is getting ready to lift during daylight hours. They're starting to get on the roads and drive to wherever it is they're driving, right? And so we're stopping cars on the street and we're like, yep, nope, can't go through here. But I'm okay with that because they're clogging up the road. It's like, yep.
Yeah. More barricade.
Traffic's fine with me right now. I don't give a shit about you getting anywhere, but you're good right where you are. Park. And then, so there's a parking lot on the street. And the unit guys come down the road. And so they're in a panel van. And my guys on the street are stopping every car and, going to guns. Hey, where are you going? Who are you? Where are you going? And what's your purpose in life? And okay, you put your car in park. You're not going anywhere else, right? So this van comes down the road, and whatever conversation happens in that van with my guy on the street, Smitty is the guy who's handling this situation, and he's one of my more, experiences. I'm gonna say my more experienced guys. And one of the guys I trusted like a lot with a lot of stuff. Like he wasn't, and he said later on he was a lot more nervous than he let on. But he's like, it gets on the radio, and he calls me on the radio and says, hey, there's this van over here, appear to be Army guys, but I don't recognize the uniforms, and they need to get to the Papal Nuncio. Says something to that effect on the radio. I was like, all right, how do they dress? Whether, and I'm looking down the road at where he's talking about. I see the van, and he's like, yeah, so the other thing too, some of the bad guy Panamanians had ID cards, and they were like, hey, I'm official, I'm an ID card holder, U.S. Army stuff too, or not Army, but just the regular military ID. So that was happening, and we just heard about it.
Oh wow!
We hadn't had any experience with that. It's like, so like forged IDs kind of thing,
mm-hmm.
and so this guy in the van up front, Mexican, Hispanic looking or whatever. So the two guys up front are Spanish speakers, and they can get around town, talk to checkpoints, stuff like that. And they look the part. They're not in uniform. And the passenger up front had presented an ID card and to Smitty. And Smitty's like, yeah, I remember the intel stuff they gave us, and this could be fake. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
How am I supposed to know? So he didn't want to make the decision, so he calls me. And I'm like, yeah, well, okay, roger that. I don't want to belabor the point here and start arguing over the radio. I'll be there in a minute. Get everything stable on the perimeter, and I go running down there to Smitty. And as I'm approaching, I'm like, okay, these dudes are shady as fuck. They could be part of the group that was evacuated or escaping from what just happened earlier that night. We heard all the gunfire. We don't know what's going on. So that's the environment that we're in, right? It's like you could be saying you're anybody, but just to get through our blocking position. And so I had, some doubts on who they were. Also, they were speaking perfect English too, but we had been working with Panamanians all summer.
They have great English.
Yep. And then we get this little tidbit of information on Intel that there's the bad guys are using military IDs to get past guard blocking positions and positions and getting around town. So I was like, well, I said, what do you got in the back? And he's like, well, I got some guys in the back. We got to get to the Papal Nuncio. It was either that or that other building they started at first. But he says, I got to get there, and we got to get there now. It's like, all right, hold on. I'm going to just, I'm going to have to look. I got to see what's in the back just to be sure, because this is the last line of defense, right, between us and everybody else in the city.
Are you scared when you're going around the back of this van?
Yeah.
Because it's either, best case scenario is that it's good guys with guns, and worst case scenario is it's bad guys with guns.
I'm going to be face to face with another gun, ends up I was face to face with another gun, but it was a good guy with a gun. So so this whole clearing team, me and Smitty, we're going to clear the back of this van. And I said, I just need to look in the back to the guy up front. He's like, okay, well, I have guys and guns, and we got to get there, and we're with the Army, and that's kind of the gist of what he had explained. I was like, okay, well, I got to look, just so I'll feel better about myself if I let you guys go, if I see what's in the back. And so Smitty's going to get the door, fling open the slider. It's a panel van, so it's a sliding door, and I'm going to go clear the back of this van. And so, it's on three, like 1, 2, 3. Smitty opens the door, and I'm getting ready to clear. And I see the guys standing right there, camouflage uniforms. I mean, Army all the way, our American all the way, right? A BDU uniform, so the battle dress uniform, camouflage uniform everybody's wearing at the time. And I see U.S. flags on some of the guys, shoulder patch on a shoulder, chest flag, but also guns. Right? I was like, ugh. I don't know who you guys are, but I see the American flags. Just made me shut the door. I was like, holy shit. Because they're sitting in, they also don't know. Like, so I've been in that position too now, or later on, but it's like what happens in those vehicles, right? It's like, hey, we got a checkpoint coming up. Get ready, right, for anything. And unfortunately, too, it could be us Americans who just get trigger happy and shoot up a vehicle, which we did like 2 nights before when we got there, right? Yeah. To this other clown that was driving down the road.
So everyone's tense.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was a thing. So I was okay. American flags. I mean, it could have been a fake ID. American flags. Anybody could have got those.
At that point, you deserve it.
But
you're gonna go through all that work.
At that point, I was like, dude. Okay, guns are down. All right, Smitty closes the door and thumbs up to the guys in front. It's like, okay, you guys are good. Where do you need to go? And so the road in front of them, we junked up with all these parked cars, but they're still in them. And so I'm yelling down the street to my guys now he's like, we need to get to the Peppeldancia or the Comandancia was the other building. One of those two they were trying to get to. And we need to get there now. And I was like, okay, well now they're a little bit more authoritative, right? And now I believe these guys are
there with us.
Have a purpose, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, okay. So I yelled down the line, the street. I'm telling the guys, hey, clear all these vehicles out. This van gets through, clear them through, all the way through. And I get on radio to say the same thing. I was like, now, these guys got to get through here. And then it's like parting the waters, firing the Red Sea, right? The cars, all my guys are running up and down, yelling at these guys at gunpoint to get the cars off the road. And so they're, doing whatever it is they got to do to part the waters. And that happened pretty quickly.
Whoa.
And he said, hey, thank you, or appreciate it, Sergeant, or something like that. Yep, have a good day. I was like, yeah, you guys too. Yeah, how's the drive off? I was like, oh shit. Later on, I find out they're the dudes I'm actually going to work for. And they teased me about it for a while. While I go through selection to get to the unit, and then while I'm there, they're all fucking with me. It's like, hey, were you in Panama? Yeah.
That's so funny.
They're like, you were that dude. And so on one of the missions down there, they got shot down by an friendly fire. The hostage rescue they did on the prison.
In Grenada? Or is this in Panama?
In Panama. So they got shot down from a ground force. So the ground force was, I can't remember the infantry unit that was there. And I'm almost positive that's officially what the story is too, but they did. They saw a helicopter, a Little Bird helicopter, didn't recognize it as a friendly helicopter and shot it down. They just started shooting at it and it comes down. And the guys that tell the story, that were on that bird, tell the story. It's pretty fucked up what happened, but it's what happened. And they didn't know who shot them down at the time, but they just got shot down.
Right. But these friendly fire incidents can happen.
Yep. And it did. And they still got the guy out. They still rescued the guy out of the prison jail cell, and still accomplished the mission. And come to find out that whatever unit that was in tracked vehicles, they were assigned down to Panama. So they were permanently assigned at the bases down there. But I have tracked vehicles. They had 50 cal machine guns. We didn't have any of that shit. I mean, we're just light infantry stuff. And that's who shot them down. 50 cal or something shot them out of the sky.
Wow.
And so they were fucking with me later on. It's like, you're the one who shut us down. Like, no. How's the guy on the ground?
Should you have done anything different in that moment? What's up, guys? We are going to interrupt this conversation with Ninja because I need to tell you about the best way to break your bad habits. That's right. You might have a habit. I know a lot of people that have habits that might not be good. They might be bad. And a lot of times they'll try to just quitting their bad habits altogether. They'll just be like, you know what, today I'm stopping my bad habit. And a lot of my friends get back on the wagon with their bad habits because cold turkey is pretty hard to follow through with. But what if you could take the bad out of the habit? And that's why I want to talk to you about my friends over at Fume. Fume is an amazing award-winning device that has helped a lot of people that I know take the bad out of their habits. Fume is very interesting. Here's a picture of what it looks like. Okay, it has a really, really cool like fidget mechanism, so it feels super good. I'm someone that I like a little feeling in my pocket. Like I like to hold on to like a little pen or something, just kind of feel it throughout the day. It helps my anxiety. And that's why I like Fume. It's like a little fidget spinner. I keep it in my pocket. It looks cool. It feels cool. And then here's the best part. Not only does it look cool and feel cool, it also tastes amazing. Fume is a small little device that you breathe through, and it delivers flavored air straight to your lungs that makes you feel amazing. Yeah, I know. It sounds wild. It's like, what does that mean, flavored air? I'll tell you exactly what it means. I tried the mint flavor, okay? This is the one that I like. Basically, you take the little device, you breathe through it, it makes you feel great. I'm one of these people that I don't like to put a lot of artificial stuff into my body. I'm pretty conscious of what I put into my temple. And that's why I trust Fume. I've read all through it. It's legit. Fume, instead of using electronics, it is completely natural. Instead of vapor, it is flavored air. And instead of harmful chemicals, Fume uses all natural, delicious flavors. Yeah. Instead of bad, Fume is good. It's a habit you're free to enjoy and makes replacing your bad habits extremely easy. So if you have a bad habit you're trying to kick, you're trying to get rid of, there's a better way than quitting altogether and just trying to white knuckle your way through your bad feelings. Fume is the best way to do that. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to join me and Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits. And the way you can do that is you can get the Journey Pack. That's right. You can go to tryfume, Fume, F-U-M.com, and I want you to check out the Journey Pack. The Journey Pack is going to give you everything you need to get started in divorcing your bad habits. That's right. It's just going to be a regular habit. And then from there, you get to choose what you want to do. I'm going to tell you right now, you should check out the Journey Pack. It's going to get you everything you need. It's going to get you started, and it's going to make you feel absolutely great, lower your anxiety, make you feel calm, and it's just a cool thing to fidget with throughout the day. So if you're interested, go to tryfume, Fume, F-U-M.com, and use the code Gagnon, G-A-G-N-O-N, to save 10% off when you get the Journey Pack today. That's correct. I want you to try that. Go to tryfume, F-U-M.com, and use the code Gagnon, G-A-G-N-O-N, to save an additional 10% off your order today. I'm telling you, breaking these bad habits, getting rid of these electronics and these vapors has never been easier. Check out Fume. Let's get back to the show. Should you have done anything different in that moment? Like, your job is to sort of create this barricade. These guys are coming through.
Yeah.
They're being a little shady. Like, you got to kind of, like, should you have been more lenient?
Well, so my recent reference was the guy we shot up earlier on, a couple nights before. That later after that, it's like, well, he was just violating whatever rules there were at the time, and we shot him up. So that was what was going through my head with anything else after that. I was like, we really don't know what that guy was doing, you know, kind of thing.
You're a little more cautious.
Yeah. So this time around, same thing with Schmitty. You know, we didn't go to guns right away. He questioned him, and he was noticeably I don't know, nervous, I guess, but kind of like, yeah, this guy might be legit, but I don't know.
Just unsure.
So let me call Sergeant Poras, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so I go run down there and did the same process in my head.
Yeah.
Like,
but there's no one for you to call.
No.
Yeah, you can't call anybody.
They don't, I mean, the guys up front, they didn't look like Army dudes that I'm aware of. I mean, Army dudes wear nice, clean cut hair and their uniforms, and you know.
Yeah, you've never seen these guys before.
So huge, a lot of things like that in Panama. Huge things for me. Leadership and learning experiences like that. Like there are other people on the battlefield. That particular thing that I might not be familiar with. Americans friendlies. And then, hell, you flash forward to Iraq and Afghanistan. There's other countries' armies that are on the ground, right?
It's so confusing and messy.
Yeah. And there's combatives that are dressed like you, and there's non-combatives that are dressed like you. I mean, they all blend in. There's so many things I got out of that whole thing.
Yeah. Because
who's the bad guy? I mean, they're not all in uniforms, and
They might be a good guy to you. They might not even do anything to you. They might just be like, all right, just bluff their way through.
Yeah.
So you might not even know until 4 weeks later something crazy happens.
Yep.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah. It's the dynamic environment that all combat is in, right? I mean, it's not always black and white.
Yeah. But the fact that you pulled over the same guys that you were going to end up linking up with. So tell me, how do you get, out of Panama, and then how do you get into Delta Force?
Well, that's when I went to selection. That summer of '89, I went to SF selection for the Green Beret side of the house. I left Panama because we're down there doing the mission down there, supporting the mission, to go to SF selection. And I come back, everybody's coming back from Panama, November timeframe, Thanksgiving Day timeframe. And I think I'm going to the next Special Forces qualification course because I passed the selection course for that, right? Well, Panama delays that. So here's another thing that gets the door slammed in my face. So I went to selection for SF, Special Forces, Green Beret stuff. And then we get called to Panama. We got called out to Panama. So we go to Panama, do good things there. It was pretty good environment. There's so many good things I got out of it. Then we get back January, February timeframe, 90. And they say that by Special Forces selection results are void because it's 6 months past it. They're only good for 6 months, and you have to be in a qualification course by then. Which would have happened. I was supposed to start in January, I think, but then we got called out, went to Panama. So the recruiters for Special Forces said you got to go back to selection again because your previous one expired. So I was like, okay, here we go again, right?
Yeah.
I was like, all right, whatever. Sign me up. Sign me up again. I'll do it again. It sucks.
And how long of a process is that to repeat selection?
I'm not sure. They said 6 months. They said, we'll get you back in from 3 to 6 months.
And this is a brutal time.
Yeah.
This is not like you just got to wait around or do some paperwork. This is like selection is grueling.
Yeah,
huh?
it sucks.
Yeah.
It is it's a suck fest. There's so many things. And
you have to do it twice.
Yeah.
I mean, insanity.
Yep. But at the time too, I was like, all right, if that's what you want me to do, if that's what it takes, then I'll go do it again.
A little frustrated, but you're not.
Yeah. But at that point I was like, what else?
Not enough to deter you.
No.
Was there any part of you that was like, I did it once, I can do it again?
Yeah, so there was part of that. But there's so many things that you're not in control of either, though, like injuries.
Right.
Or in an SF selection, a lot of the things that you do are dependent on your teammates and how they perform, right? So if you're in a good team, then it's a lot easier, right? A good team meaning they can physically handle, what's coming with you. Mentally, emotionally, they're with you too. Like, okay, this sucks for all of us. Let's, suck it up. And there's somebody there to motivate you, and there's somebody there to motivate, somebody to keep them going and those kind of things. So, but if you're in a bad team, if somebody's not there for the right reasons, and they're going to wash out, it brings down the whole team.
Yeah, the weakest link is going to...
Yep. And that happened. So I was like, I realized that, it's going to be my making it or not. It's not just based off of what I do, but it's going to be how everybody else is performing. So,
and what kind of things are you doing in selection? Like, what is the actual grueling training that you can share?
For SF selection, that was a lot of physical. Well, it's a lot of physical things, but mentally you're going to have to overcome those, right? Like mind over matter kind of things. Well, they used to do log PT. That was one of them. So everybody, whole squad lines up. You get a log, tree log, and then you do exercises with it. Sit-ups, push-ups, overhead presses, of whatever. You do all kinds of shit with that. And that sucks. Ruck marches, death marches, obstacle course, normal army stuff.
What's a death march?
It's a road march that you have to do fast. So you can't just do something like a road march. Everybody does, all the grunts do road marches. But this one, you're on your own to do the march, but you just have to do it fast. So of course you're running with however heavy the rucksack is, and you're running with it for like 12 miles was a pretty typical road march, and you have to do it as fast as you can. And there's an obstacle course somewhere in there that you have to negotiate. And you have to do all the obstacles, correctly and all those kind of things.
You're doing like a half marathon with like a 50-pound rucksack and an obstacle course in the middle of it.
Yeah.
As fast as you can.
Yep. So it can be motivating. It can be fun. I mean, because that's cool stuff, right? I mean, independently, those things are like, oh, this is fun. But you put them all together, it sucks.
And what gets you going about it? Was it the personal challenge of like, oh, I want to get through this. I'm mentally tougher than they think I am. I can prove them wrong. Like,
yeah. So a lot of that for me was, well, I mean, I'm not going to quit. So you can't kill me. And then if I die, then I'm dead. It doesn't matter anymore. Yeah. Right? So it's like, whatever. Throw it at me, and I'll do the best I can, right? And I was in pretty good shape at the time, though, physically and mentally. I was in the right place to do those kind of things too. There's a down helicopter pilot. So it's a dummy. It's a 250-pound dummy that you have to go rescue a down helicopter pilot. So how do you do that? And then you have to get him across the North Carolina terrain from his down helicopter to wherever they designated the safe area is, right? So you have to carry this 250-pound dummy, and it's not a human, so its limbs that's a horrible thing. It's unbalanced. It's just awkward, and you have to somehow get a litter and then put him on a litter and then have the team, rotate in through carrying this 250-pound dummy with all your gear and your rucksack and everything else, and down to from point A to point B.
And what's a litter?
Litter is a patient evacuation. That's what you carry your patients on.
Oh, gotcha.
So, it's
250 pounds is. What kind of fat ass are you saving? You know what I mean? Like, who is that guy? You might just deserve to be in that helicopter, bro. 250 pounds? Come on, dude.
Yeah. So those are the things we're saying when we're doing it. Like, oh, this sucks, right?
Yeah. Fuck this guy. 250 pounds.
Yeah. So it's physical. So what I went through is May and June. So it's hot in North Carolina, in central North Carolina, where this is at, Fort Bragg. Fort Bragg, Camp McCall. And it is just physically taxing. So mentally, you just have to overcome your physical, whatever's happening to you physically, because you're in awkward positions carrying a litter on your. Well, you can carry a litter several ways. So if you have it in a low carry and you just have a handle, even if you're sharing a load of 250 pounds, for the mileage, and I don't remember the distances we had to cover, but it's tough.
Yeah.
So you kind of, whoever's in charge of this particular group, one person, you have to rotate. So you're not always, one person is always with their right hand on this thing, holding it. So that at one point they're going to be on the left side. At one point they're going to be up front and back. So you have to, that's the whole trick behind the whole thing, right? That's the whole thing.
Systematically redistribute the strength.
Yep. And if one of your guys is falling back or something's happening, then what we ended up doing too is taking rucksacks off of guys' backs. And now, like, one guy would carry a rucksack for a while to give this guy a break on his rucksack, and then rotate that rucksack around, right? So that's the whole point of this whole thing, is how are you going to do it as a team, and how are you going to get everybody, not just this pilot, the dummy, from point A to point B, but your whole team has to end up at point B.
Fast.
Yeah. And so in May and June, we had guys falling out from heat injuries, heat casualties, and stuff like that. And this one guy on our litter carry, or evacuation of the pilot, a down pilot, he was, I think he was from Puerto Rico. So it's like, it's just humidity and heat shouldn't be anything new to you, guy, right? So he just wasn't there. He wasn't there for the right reasons. And he, at one point, sat down. He said, I can't go any further. So when you lose a guy on the team, that now
it's over.
Yeah, you're burdening the rest of the team to carry his share of the load. So initially you have to try to motivate that guy to keep going. And he just quit. He just was done. And he was a heat casualty, but everybody else was near exhaustion and passing out too. And he just couldn't take it mentally. I mean, no. So that was my thing. Like, hey, dude, we're all hurting. Just suck it up, man. We're all in the same boat, man. Just keep rowing, right? And he was done, though. He was ready to quit. And he did. So when they do that, they take him off the team. They put him on this ambulance. They call it an ambulance. So he gets on an Army ambulance. He gets on the back. They pump him full of liquids and fluids and stuff like that. And so the cadre there, when that happens, they make a decision on reinserting that guy or not. Because if he was a real heat casualty and all this other stuff, then that's all weighed into whether they decide to do that or not. But that's not good. That's not good for that guy or the team when he shows up, because he did show up. They decided, okay, he was legit. He wasn't just complaining. He was near death heat casualty, and they pumped him full of fluids, IV'd him and all of those stuff. He got, his color back, and he's, going to be reinserted into the team again. And we're like, yeah, no.
Yeah.
No. He's going to go to another team. And we told all of our instructors that. It's like, we can't do it. They're like, well, he's part of your team. You got to make him a teammate. And then we just didn't want the guy on our team anymore. He was going to quit again. The next day when we started something else, whatever it was, everybody just had the ass of this guy. It's like, you just got over on like that, the whole drill, right?
Yeah.
So we're all in a worse shape physically than you are. We didn't get IV bags.
Yeah, we had no
we
fluids.
didn't get a break.
Yeah. Did you try to finish the rest of the drill, or could you not do it without?
Oh no, we had to. Yeah, we did, and we finished.
Wow.
Yeah, it was just horrible. So the trails on Fort Bragg and Camp McCall too. It's North Carolina, so they're all sandy trails. It's either sand or clay, and sand carrying those things. It's brutal.
And he just bailed on you guys.
Yep.
And you had to. It was progressively harder for everyone else because of his.
Yep.
Like he stole like energy from you.
Yeah.
He felt good. The next day he was like, I got IVs. I didn't do the drill. And you guys were like, we did a harder drill and we didn't get IVs.
Yep. So it was, we had to ask with him, but the idea is to, okay, whatever. He's back on the team. Let's try and roll him in the team. But we all know once you went there in your mind and quit, you're going to do it again.
Yeah, it's
and
too easy.
Especially if you quit and then we're allowed to come back. I don't know what the what the methodology is in that on the course, but it worked for us because he ended up quitting again. And so whatever that is all about, right? Put him back on the team, and they've got to know that that's not going to be good for that guy and everybody on the team morale wise, because he's going to catch shit from the team.
He's not going to like it. Y'all aren't going to like it.
Yep, and he did. We gave him some shit about it, and threatened him. It's like, fall out again, you're going to get a beat down kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Because that sucked. You did that to us kind of thing, right? And anything you do is like that, though. It's heavy, stressful, strenuous on your body. There's taxing on everything, and it's testing you physically and mentally to keep going, and all these other things. There's a Jeep. I think the next day it was water can, 5-gallon water cans, and all you have to do is relocate them from one spot on the ground to another spot on the ground, like down the road. Mm-hmm. And so this whole pile or pallet full of water jugs, you have to relocate. So that just means you're going to have to go back and forth, running however long that was. It was a good distance to get all these things from point A to point B. And so to do that, everybody is sharing the load again, and you do as much as you can, right? So as an example, most of the guys would take 1 5-gallon water jug, which are heavy enough as it is. Put it on top of your backpack. So that's heavy enough as it is. Then you grab 2, 1 on each arm, and then run as fast as you can, and for however many miles you had to go, drop them off, and then go back and get some more. Sometimes it is just enough to carry. Once you figure out how to do that, like bounce it on your backpack, have 2 in your hands, and then try to run. So you kind of just shuffle in the whole time, right? For like 2 miles. I mean, that's kicking your ass as enough, right? So, so some guys are just having 1. They have it on they're holding it like a bear hug. You can't carry that for any length of time because it's already heavy. It's 5 gallons of water. Backpack, just on the backpack, 1. I mean, everybody tries something different. And this guy, he gets over there and we see him with 1 and he's got it in his hand. Everybody else has like multiple cans, and we're just trying to get as many, 1 or 2 or 3, however many we can get, right? And he grabbed 1. And then every time we saw him, he had another 1. And every one of us was like, I'll carry as many as I can. And then usually it started with a lot and then ended with 2. So you have one on your backpack or something. And you had switched arms along the way, right? With another one. He only ever had 1. And so he was already a piece of shit to us.
Yeah.
And, so the cadre saw this too. And we're like, I'm guessing that's kind of what they were looking for. And knew it was going to happen too. So if he doesn't perform again, then we're going to yank him. And he ended up quitting after that one. So they set him down, talked to him. We talked to him, and as we're passing and shouting, calling him names, right? Like, motherfucker, whatever. We're just giving him a hard time. It's like, do you see me with all these water jugs when you stack your shit up and pull your weight? And he'd come up with some excuse. I'm tired. I'm home. I'm overhydrated. I'm dehydrated or whatever. It's like, yeah, no shit. So are we.
Yeah.
But he just kept doing that. And we're like, that son of a bitch. And he ended up quitting. I don't know. Somebody talked to him. One of the cadre members talked to him at one point, but we got word later on. It's like, well, where'd he go? Yeah, he got yanked, pulled, and they said he quit. It's like, all right, good.
Was that your first or second selection?
First one.
And so now you're like, I got to do this again. And what if I get another chump like this guy?
Or more than 1.
I mean,
yeah, because that would have.
Imagine you get 3. Imagine all the guys on your team.
Some of the other squads that were out there were losing guys from quitting. More than that, and oh my god.
So was the second time better?
I didn't go back the second time because in the interim, they tell me I got to go back. I sign up and get ready to go back. That's when I actually went to Delta selection after that. I was just there when the recruiting team showed up. And that was just, I happened to be there when that happened. And I'm waiting for another SFAS, Special Forces Assessment and Selection course. As I was waiting on that, 2 other guys in the unit I was in got these email notifications that they were selected to go to this briefing. And that comes to the military channels, that their records are checked and they meet the minimum requirements for attending the recruiting briefing for the unit. It's like, oh, cool. I never got one of those. So I was like, whatever. But so actually, when I was in the 82nd, years before that, I knew 2 guys that left. They didn't make it, but they still said it was the best thing they ever did in their life. And because usually that's not a positive thing. When you go anywhere in the army and the military, you go to school and you don't come back, you don't make it. It's usually looked at as like
you failed.
Yeah, like a failure. They came back and they were like, well, I gave them everything I got, and it wasn't good enough. Okay, I'm good with that because I was giving them all I had.
Yeah, I can live with that, right?
Yeah, and they were fine. And that was one of the things that stuck with me too. When I go to this briefing, some of the things they were saying, they're like, yeah, that was the hardest thing they'd ever done, mentally and physically. And they were like the top performers in our company, physically and mentally. They were the leaders. They were the mentors to the other younger leaders and all that other stuff. and physical specimens. They were just in great shape. And they came back, and I wasn't thinking about anything really. I was trying to get in the regiment at the time. So that was my thing at the time when these guys go there, and I was like, yeah, that's pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool, man. You're like, that's badass, right? And I wasn't thinking, oh, I'm going to try that one day, but that stuck with me when they said that. And then when I finally go to this recruiting briefing, as I went as a walk-on, these guys I know got the cards, the notifications they're going to go. So they go to this briefing, and I was like, yeah, I'll go with you. It's open. If you can go there and walk in and sign in if you wanted to go there, because they have it announced on the military channel on the base that they're in town. If you're interested, show up at this place. It's usually at a theater on base. And so I went and with these guys, and they had no intentions of going. They got the card, and they were like, well, let's see what this is all about. One of the guys had heard about the briefing. He said it's going to be a pretty cool briefing. I was like, okay, I don't know what to talk about. So they go, and I'm there with them, and
you're just stumbling into this.
Yeah, and
you're like Forrest Gump in a way. Yeah. You just happen to stumble into like the greatest thing ever, and you're like, oh, see what this is about.
So and I don't remember even. Yeah, I don't even remember a lot of the things that were said, but some of the things that they said were like just fucking badass, like back to being accountable and responsible and stuff like that, right? Because one of the things that I think, like one of the first things it may have even been up on the whatever the view screen was. It's in a theater, so it's on the view screen. It may have been just the globe. It may have been there already while we were all just showing up. But the first thing he says is, "This is our training ground," or something like that. I was like, "Oh, that's badass.
That's good marketing, man. That's
I like your style." I was motivated from then, but you know, the straight up honesty stuff they were saying in this briefing, they're like, and so nobody has an idea what they've done and all this other stuff. This is 10 years into their existence, and you know, the only things that you know are things that may have been written about, true or not, in, you know, motivational military magazines, right?
Yeah.
And so that was my whole, I didn't know anybody there. I didn't know anybody who had gone there, except for the two guys that didn't make it.
I mean, even to this day, I'll be honest, I was not super familiar with what Delta Force was until really hearing your story and researching your life. Could you explain what it is? And feel free to brag about, you know, what this what's required and what they're looking for to be in this actual.
What is required and what they're looking for is a great question. I only know what I did to get there. I honestly don't know the requirement. Like that's probably the best kept secret, even having been there and made it and spent 10 years there, right? And even been on the selection, so help the selection teams go to selection as guys are trying out. And I only am told like what I need to know to do my job, and that's it. So I have no idea.
But what is Delta Force generally like?
So it is, and so I can say it is the premier counterterrorist force in the world. And I don't just say that because I was there and I'm fucking badass and all this other shit, because there are the world has great teams and groups and things that do that. But I've also worked with all of them too. And it's a specific American thing too. So where we get our lineage, right, from the T2 SAS in England, right? Great dudes, great guys. And they're fucking good, right? There's so many good counterterrorism teams out there. But if you think about the folks, so first of all, across the board in the world, and the American fighting spirit, right? It doesn't matter what level or who you are. That cannot be beat anywhere. So if you get an American like that to that level, that's where they started, right? They started with this motivation and just this mindset, right? That gets them to that level. There's nothing that can, nobody gets to that level because they don't even have the same starting point and the same like life experiences and life, like, and, anything, and they're military or law enforcement, whatever they were, there is nobody can match that fighting spirit and American fighting spirit, just American soldiers, period. Soldier, Marines, Navy, everybody's included in that when I say that. Then when you get guys in the military and the Army that end up at the unit, and again, our Navy guys are good too, right? And not because I was on the Army side and the Navy side, they're good. And I know them, and I know some of them, and they're good. Everybody, that's another fighting force, counterterrorism unit that is just the best at what they do. And the unit guys, they are the best at what they do. And it's interesting to see the composition and the makeup of the guys that end up there, because they're coming from different walks of life and different parts of the Army and different previous experiences. And it's somehow so that's the magic that I'm not privy to. Nobody's privy to, all of us operator guys, that when you get to that point in a team somewhere, the guys are, because they're like, where did you come from? Like in the rest of the Army, you get a lot of that. Like, what's your experience? Where did you come from? What unit did you come to? Were you a Ranger or not a Ranger? If you're not a Ranger, then you ain't shit, kind of stuff. And if you weren't jumping out of planes, then I don't want to listen to you. If you like the legs, like our airborne guys call other people that don't jump out of planes legs.
Funny.
In a derogatory meaning, right? So you don't get any of that. And guys are showing up from mostly special forces and Ranger communities, but also from other communities as well in the Army. It's open to the Army. And now the other DOD, like Marines, whoever wants to try out now, it's always been open to all services in the military, in the U.S. military. But the other services have always been able to release their people to go do that, right? Because they've always been kind of, no, he's ours. He's going to do like Marines. They're going to be Marines. They're going to stay Marines. We don't want him to be a Marine for you. We want him to be a Marine for us. Right. Navy, same thing. What had happened before though was like we have had guys prior service Marine Corps who tried to go that route, were stopped to do that, and so they just got out of the Marine Corps and then joined the Army, and then eventually go to the Special Forces and then the unit. And so we still had that composition of the same folks, because people would quit their service and go with the Army and try out. And I have people who've done that, who've tried it and then not made it too. But oh man, it's that whole environment, it can't be matched. I've worked in a lot of places and with a lot of other military and law enforcement. It can't be matched. The people even in support of the guys who are doing all the running and gunning, everybody is good at what they do, whatever it is they do, even if it's just logistics. Those people that are working there are the best at what they do because they like what they're doing and they're good at it. And they want to be good at it. They want to do anything else. That's what they want to do. They want the I guess the trust to do your job. And, so that's the mentality too. So you can think about it in several ways. Like, you get all the information, you get everything to hang yourself. Like you're just asked to do the best at whatever it is you do. And if you don't do the best at what you do, then you're going to have to find a job somewhere else. And that's fine. It's not for everybody, right? We need you to be 100% at whatever it is you do. I mean, the maintenance crews, everything, everybody there, they just love what they're doing and they're good at it.
Did you finally feel connected? Because finally you're like, this is how I've felt about this.
Yes.
And now I'm around the people that feel like this also.
Yeah. So along the way, right, when you go, and I'll use the tier system because that's the way the DoD has everybody's tasks organized. So tier 1 is the unit and our Navy counterparts. And the lower to the bottom you get on that tier, or you get a lot of, whatever. And the higher you get less of the performance attitudes. Everybody's there focused more on a mission and doing their jobs. And at a minimum, it's doing what it is they do, and they're allowed to do it. And you're given all the latitude to do everything. That's the difference too. So what do you do when you have everything at your disposal? So you just keep going and pushing and pushing. The administrative people, the personnel people, they're good at what they do. They can shuffle papers like nobody's business, and they love what they're doing.
The A team of A teams.
Yeah. It's like, and I've heard it referenced to, I don't know what a professional football team's like, because I wasn't a professional football player, but the structure and the infrastructure and the apparatus that supports the mission, everybody's got that focus. It doesn't matter what you're doing. And then when you get to the guys on the teams, that they're, so the collective thing is every day you show up, we're working to get better.
Why do we hear so much about the SEAL team guys, but less about the Delta guys?
Well, there's actually more of them. So a lot of the SEALs you hear are so the SEALs have a lot of other teams. So our counterparts in the Navy are just the one team.
Which team?
Well, I won't say the names, or numbers, but it's just one team at that level, the tier 1 level.
Got it.
And then, so it's kind of like the other SEAL teams would be like equivalent to like SF or Rangers, right? It may be not to that level, but they're just lower on the rung as far as the military special operations.
I see.
Right?
So if we're looking at it like a pyramid, it might not be the very top capstone.
Right.
Got it.
So
there's more of those guys.
Yep. And now we have MARSOC guys involved in that too, and the SOCOM tier levels. But when you get to tier 1, that's it. So most of the other guys you hear are mostly from the other SEAL teams. Not always, but some are. Early on, that's what it was. It was guys from, I don't know, whatever teams they were on.
Wow.
1, 2, 4, 5. So there's East Coast, West Coast teams, and you heard a lot of those folks. More recently, we're getting some guys. And then you have this too, access, internet. So guys doing this. So there's been guys before me who have said, certain things. And I was kind of cautious on that before too. It's like, so I'm more protective of the unit than I am of any other organization I've ever been with. Whatever they need to, and I hope I haven't said anything in other interviews too that pissed them off, right? Because they can disavow me. They can do all kinds of stuff to me at this point. It doesn't matter. I will always hold them in such high regard. The guys that came before me, the guys that are there now, the guys that were there with me, and I honestly I still don't put myself in that category, because the story I told before about me going to this panel board to get my job after the physical part of the selection, and these are all like Desert One dudes. Like, these are the dudes that started this whole unit. I was like, wow, gobsmacked. I was like, oh shit, you guys are gonna ask me to be a part of the team? Are you fucking kidding me right now? I don't even know what I can offer to you, right?
This is like Michael Jordan being like, hey, do you want to play with me? It's like, what?
Yeah. I was like, oh my God. So I still think it's one honor to have been chosen by those guys. So then it's now respecting, lineage and secrecy and all the other things that they're doing. And Yeah, it's the guys I keep in touch with, and you know, they're just good people. I mean, it's just amazing the group of folks that end up there, and they're just great people. Uh, God, it's just a mentality and a mindset, and like you hear brotherhood and stuff like that, and other organizations and stuff like that, and that can't be matched anywhere else. And so I'm very selective when I reference that. When I say that to somebody else, it's like very select others that haven't been there. So everybody that it's not that everybody doesn't get that opportunity, right? So there are other people that have that same mindset and mentality, and that I've worked with, but they're very select that I will actually consider and keep in contact with. So the guys I keep in contact with, those I consider my brothers, right?
Yeah.
Like they have the same mindset. They think of me the same way I think of them. That somebody you can rely on, like no shit. So that's what I learned also in Panama too early on, is like so the real bravado guys, right? Those are the guys who perform less in combat than the guys who are just like following orders and
Operators
doing the thing, right? So, in my later career too, there's very few guys of that group that I know I can really rely on. And then there's some of the guys that are just there for the money and the prestige and all that stuff. That you don't get at the unit. All those dudes and gals, everybody that works there, from the guys who are at the front gate checking badges, they're just a different cut of cloth. That's why they're elite. That's why they're who they are. That's why they're entrusted to do what they do.
The most competent group of people you've ever spent time with?
Oh yeah. Yep. And the most accountable people, right? Individual, like I'm accountable for myself and others, right? But if I screw up, if I say something, even now or whatever, if I do something and I'm not performing, I'll hold myself. Roger that. That's why I said, wow, if anything I said today or any other time or whatever I do, because I own a business now. So if anything is attached to that, like I'm trying to capitalize on my association with that to making money off of that, then okay, if that's what you think, then great. That's just my experience. So I'm trying to apply my experience to teaching others. Mm-hmm. That's how I see my life now. I have all this experience, so I'm trying to just distribute the knowledge, right, and dispel some of those myths, right? It's like, missions and stuff like that I don't have to talk about, but okay, that's where I was. I mean, you can think whatever you want, and they can even do that too. I would not hold them. Okay, if you're gonna whatever, I don't know what that would be called. I said disavow, but
like slander, perhaps. Or
they won't never do that.
Mm-hmm.
They'll just like disinvite me to all the reindeer games, right?
Yeah, excommunicated. In
right. So even if they did that, I still hold them at this level.
Wow.
The guys that I even trained with or and served with, just great people.
It's a small number.
Yeah,
it's extremely small.
And we're talking. So when people say elite, there's a lot of things that go with that, right? But when I reference elite, they're like just as a human being, right? They're just awesome people, very mission focused, very task focused and oriented.
Mm-hmm. And how many years were you in with Delta?
10.
10 years.
Yeah.
Wow. And from what years roughly? Like
the
90s?
All the 90s. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. 90 to 2001 when I retired. That's right. Yeah. So even guys who were told that, well, maybe you were thought of as using that time as advertisement for making money later and capitalizing on that. It's like, and then they're whatever persona non grata kind of stuff, right? PNG'd from any other activities before, right?
Right.
It's like, okay, I don't hold anything against those guys either. Still talk to quite a few of them that were. I get it. But hell, they were my friends and they'd do anything for me. So they're still that person to me, right?
Right.
So they're good with me. I don't have anything against any of those guys.
In your time in Delta Force, who or which regime or which terrorist was the most intimidating or the most that struck fear in you? Were there any that were truly scary to you?
I'm going to say no, but there are people or organizations that, like, you know, like no joke, these guys are serious. I mean, they have the, whether they're right or wrong, I mean, they are fucking serious about what they're doing, and they'll stop at nothing. So we have rules. We have rules, land of law warfare, all this stuff that we put into our psyche and training. And there is a right and wrong, even if we're going to kill people, right? We're going to kill bad guys. Well, bad guys are bad guys. They don't have rules like we do. So, and there's some ugly people doing ugly shit. So all the regular people, all the ones that don't make, like right now, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, all those folks, they do some nasty stuff. So back in the day, the folks that were doing the nasty stuff, like Hamas and the Hezbollah and all those folks, they were doing some nasty terrorist shit. Bad stuff against good people, right? Civilians.
And you would hear about some of these briefings, you'd be like, whoa, this is fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah. So your daily life there was that. It's kind of, I say Monday morning, but your first day at work, you know, you get those briefings. This is what's going on in the world. This is what all the bad guys are up to. And this is what the National Command Authority, our folks at the White House, are thinking are the most things we need to concentrate on. And so that's kind of the rest of your week. Okay, what are they doing? And then we'll kind of focus our training on that this week, because if we got to go this week, that's probably who we're going to go after. Yeah, there's some just horrible things going on. And so some of it's horrible, but they're just not Americans either. So, but bottom line is if they're on the bad guy list and you're asked to go after them, then you go after them.
Yeah.
They're usually doing some weird shit though. In the terrorist realm, they do some nasty stuff.
In your 10 years, what was the darkest day? Was there a singular time or mission that was the most difficult to get through?
Well, for me, that came later on in 2009 in Coast when I was with the agency, but that was a tough one. That was where all the culminating things that I've done to that point, that was, you know, a terrorist doing bad things. And that was, some of that was, you know, what did we do before that, right? To stop, because that's my whole, were we ready for something like that kind of thing? And no, we weren't. Some of us were, some of us weren't. And then that was the communication thing. So that was a tough one. Yeah, that was pretty tough to get over. Whys and all that other shit you asked everybody and yourself, and results from that were okay. When we actually, unfortunately, lessons were learned, and that's great, because if that thing happened and lessons weren't learned, then that would be even worse. But we did change the way we were doing things to make people safer. So that was, yeah, unfortunately what happened. And yeah, it was tough.
Are you able to share some of the details of what happened in the coast bombing?
Well, what's public knowledge, Mr. Balawi, and Well, I've been here last week. Went to the 9/11 memorial downtown. They cover a pretty good. They got some pretty good lead up to that. What he was up to. I think the former CIA director talks about it in that video. I recommend that for everybody who needs to know anything about what's going on in the world. But that specific thing, it's all post 9/11 stuff. So that's covered. I think former director CIA Leon Panetta talks about it because it was his during his shift, during his watch. Great dude when he responded to that. Great guy. But so the bad guy, Blau, he's a triple agent, unbeknownst to us at the time. And so we're still chasing bin Laden at the time. This is 09. So still chasing bin Laden. And his second in command, Zawahiri, is the guy who this guy has some sort of direct access to. So pretty significant guy to talk to, you would think. But he ends up to be a triple agent, and his whole intent the whole time was just to get access to Americans and kill them. So talk about, terrorists doing horrible things. That was his mindset. That was all he was out to do. And how did he go about doing it? And he just manipulated people and did what he needed to do to get access to Americans and kill them. And he wanted as many as possible. And now later on, when you look at his whatever you want to call it, manifestos and stuff like that, he's saying that the whole time, but not to everybody, but just so he has it as a record, and to I guess to probably appease the Al Qaeda gods, right? It's like, that's my whole intent, right? So it's an interesting thing, though, when you think about that too, though. If you're talking to this guy because he has access to maybe somebody you want to get from him, he could be saying this just to save his own life, right? I got to act like a bad guy so they don't kill me. Mm-hmm. So there's that too. But his whole intent was to kill Americans, get access to Americans and kill them. And that's what he does eventually. So at the time in Afghanistan in 09 and 10, that's a huge buildup of the military and everybody that's ever been deployed in American history. I mean, that's like huge. It's a huge presence in Afghanistan. We're still in Iraq doing that stuff. And a lot of bad things are happening in Afghanistan then. That was, all the bases are getting hit with attacks, and there's a lot of a big surge of attacks. Like Al Qaeda is like, this is their main offensive, and they're coming heavy at all the bases, including coast, JBAD. All the bases in Afghanistan were getting hit a lot, like routinely. It wasn't uncommon to hear about, a base, and even a military base that we weren't at, but all the bases that, three of the most heavily attacked bases, we had our guys. I had my guys there working, and so that was kind of my focus, right? It's like, okay, I was new to this whole that site, and I'm going there to manage this site where three of the most heavily attacked bases I have guys on. So I'm just getting my head wrapped around that when I hear that even happened. A lot of compartmentalization that was going on, which is leading it to like lack of communication, or no communication, but it was a very compartmented thing to go see this guy and to hear what he had to say. So that had some adverse, I guess, results as well. Not being able to, or not being able to convey that to everybody involved, right? Mm-hmm. He gets access. He comes all the way across the Pakistan border to finally do this meeting.
And were you going to meet with him?
No, I was just getting to Kabul at the time. I was just getting in the country. So I was just getting ready to take over as the senior guy for our security element, to run the country's worth of guys, right? All of our security guys, our mobile security guys. So I'm getting my head wrapped around how people are doing, how we're doing this, how we're supporting the mission. And there was a lot of things I wanted to get, more streamlined, but that's when that happens. And so when that happens, I was in Kabul, and I know the guy. So leading up to that, I'm talking to Scott, who's the staff team lead that was down there. I'm talking to him on the phone, just talking to the guys in general. They know who I am. They know I'm in country now, and I'm taking over and taking charge and all this other stuff. And Scott, as one of the things is like, hey, give me a call if you need anything. If you need help from me from here, I'll do what I can at this level to help you out. Well, he calls and he's having some issues being able to do what he wants to do, like or accomplish the mission the way he thinks it needs to be accomplished, right? With our guys. And he's like, no, this is. So our role is to mitigate any threats, injuries. We're gonna put ourselves out front in the highest level of threat, so others don't get hurt, right? And hopefully mitigate it and alleviate it. But it's mostly mitigating and lessening exposure to others that we're responsible, or we end up doing, just because it was the dynamic environment of Afghanistan, right? It's like. It was bad times. He calls and he's like, well, he's having issues conveying his message on how things need to be done to the person in charge at the base. And I let him know. It's like, well, if they don't want to use you, then you don't have to. You can just, if you guys got it, then you got it, and take over. We'll go over here and, I don't know, play Xbox or whatever,
just
right?
kind of fall back.
Yeah. Well, okay, let's call if you need anything, I guess. I don't know. And he actually did that. He tried to make something happen. Couldn't do it. And he said, well, okay, well, you guys got it. So we'll be over here on the sidelines waiting, have a good meeting and all that stuff. And then he's talking, I guess, with the team down there, and, I couldn't have done it either. It's like just any meeting that's going on. So there's these meetings happen all the time. And you're constantly going through that, right? Is it worth us getting involved or not? Right? What's the level? Who's this dude, right? And they're all bad guys. Scott finally decided, well, it's not what I wanted. It's not how I would want to do it, but we could do something. We can do something to mitigate what's happening, or just to make this accomplish the mission. We'll get in there and do something. We'll play a role, and they set it up. Unfortunately, Bilal, he's going there. He's going there to kill people. He's not going home. He knows that. So they do what they can, and he gets there. They get him out of the car. He's, got his hands in his pockets or underneath his coat. And they're yelling at him to get his hands out of his pocket. And that's when he decides to crank off his vest, kill 7. And that's any way we could have cracked that nut. I mean, as far as the security guys that were there, because what could have happened, our guys would have been smoked regardless, because that's what we do. We go meet people and then make sure they're safe, and then bring them to bases or a meeting area. And, we know they're clean, right? They have no bombs, there are no guns, right? All they are is who they are, and they're going to go, give information. So our guys would have been, injured or killed just the same way. But everybody else, on the other hand, might have been able to mitigate some of that loss and injuries, but who knows at this point, right? I mean, we can. So the thing that I was thinking in my mind at the time too is like everybody's doing something different at all these bases, but and I know there's all these bases getting hit. Costa's been hit too. They've been attacked at the gates. Everybody's getting attacked. So not knowing anything about this dude or any other dude or any other thing going on, why I wouldn't get rid of all the security protocols for anybody knowing what I know. I don't even know specifically that dude or his case or whatever. But no, I would probably been the same way as everybody else who had been there. It's like, no, you're not going to do that. Let's do it this way. Right. So I can make sure that when I hand him over to you, that you are safe. Right. But that's not the way it went down. But that's the nature of the business that we were in. So, and the times that we were in at the time too. Yeah, I mean, that was, so on many levels for me, that was like, and even if they disagree with me about what could have happened, what should have happened, what happened as a result of, it doesn't matter anymore. I mean, it happens. People make decisions and sometimes people get hurt. And that's what happened.
And when did you find out what went down?
Right when it happened. So in Kabul, I was with the headquarters folks there. We get the radio call, or the guys that are listening to the radios and stuff like that. He comes over and tells me, he's like, hey, something went on at Coast. I need you to come over here and listen what's going on. And so it had happened, and now it's recovery. Medevacs are already in flight, and everything's happened there at the base. And so we're still trying to get word on exactly what happened, where it happened, who's injured, right? I know I have a team there, so I need to know if I need to send more guys or what are we doing, right? So get a quick response force together, or what do I need to do from here? And I'm here, initial reports are never accurate. So I'm hearing names of the injured and the killed, and all I needed to know was, like, I'm hearing names of the guys that were my guys out there. I was like, well, all right, I need to get more guys to go out there. And I initially thought it was out in town somewhere, out off the base somewhere. So I asked for guys that knew the area, that knew the city, because we were going to fly in dark. Sort of sun's dropping, and I hadn't been there yet, so I need people who know that area. Know where the cars are, even know where the cars are on base and where the keys are and all that stuff. So we get a team together and we get ready to fly out there. And so there's weather, there's bad weather. So air flights and visibility is horrible, and planes are waiting on parts, and so there's so many things that were going on. We finally get out there to Coast, and then I find out that all, like, the truth of who's there and who's not. And I was like, well, okay, well, my whole team's gone. I don't know all the other people. I don't even know who the names are and what positions they were in at the time. I just know that there's other people involved. My 4 guys, 3 are dead and 1 is injured. And I think he was already at Bagram at that point. So 3 or 4 hours had elapsed between the time the incident and then the time I get on the ground out there. It's dark. That's the first time right before I left, I find out exactly, by talking to the guys that were going with me, exactly where that happened. Because we heard references on where it happened, and I didn't know those references because I hadn't been in that base or that whole city or area. So I had a pretty good idea before we got there where we were going to start working and all that stuff. But we got out there, find out exactly who's there, who's left. The whole team's gone. So, well, it's like, okay, well, I'm here now with 1 guy. 2 guys were coming on another flight the next day, or whenever, ended up to be the next day. But we're trying to get people out and about to Coast. We're getting injured, medevac people to Bagram Air Base, where they're getting medevac too, and all that stuff. So we as a whole, as an organization, are doing that. So mission is over, time out. Okay, let's start getting guys in to get refocused again and do that kind of stuff. So the 4 guys that I got coming out, I fly out with 1, and 2 other guys join us later. And then we get back to work. While we're doing that, I mean, so in the techniques of the bad guys were like a large explosive to start like a breach at a gate, and then there's going to be a follow-on ground force coming in to assault and start, killing people. So we thought that initially. There was a bomb, went off, and now there's an assault force coming, or another bomb that's going to blow up at another gate somewhere. So we were pretty much locked down. The guys that were still there, still in the fight from another department, we were going after the guy who facilitated the Balawi, the dude who blew himself up, his entry in Pakistan. So we're trying to find that guy. Yeah, it was pretty much ceasefire for a couple days while we were trying to do that, trying to build back the team, make sure everybody was medevac that needed to be medevac. Everybody's in personal effects. That's something I'll never forget. That was screwed up. I never want to experience that again. Unfortunately, I did later on, but take care of a guy, pack up his personal effects, and send him home. That's tough. And me and the guys that went out there to help me get back in the game were doing that, and then yeah, that was bad. That was what made it like the caveat of things, of horrible things. Like, man, this dude, this is the guy's stuff, and you got to account for it, inventory the stuff, and send it home to either our folks if it's our stuff, or his family or whatever. Yeah, that was. Hell, man, I was sleeping. The team leader out there, I was sleeping in his bunk or his bed. So he had his own bedroom. Not everybody did, because everybody was jam packed in this little base, but he did. Yeah, that was a tough one. That was probably seen some things before that. That was a rough one. So there was other family members I had to talk to as well. There were some other folks that he knew that were in country, that were trying to get out to go to his to go to Scott's funeral, or talk with the family or whatever. I think good friends of the family. I didn't know that, and somebody mentioned that. Find this guy in Afghanistan because he knows Scott real well. He's a family friend, and he needs to be found, told what happened, and fly him home. I was like, find this one guy in Afghanistan.
Yeah, I don't know that's crazy.
Yeah.
Do they have on-site psychologists? Is there any therapeutic mental health component that goes along after something like that?
So one thing that I learned back in my State Department days, the one thing that helped out, and one of the things before the Coast incident that I was involved with that helped out, was the as near immediate psychological help, like a doctor coming out to see the folks, because that really helped out. That was another QRF thing when guys got blown up and I had to go recover those dudes. That was the one thing that I remembered having a positive effect on guys immediately. So a lot of the guys don't like to talk to people. It's like, whatever. I'm okay.
Of course.
So we had that one. I give kudos. Kudos to the organization for doing that, for responding that way. They send doctors, a couple of them out. I'm not quite sure if they were in country already, somewhere else on another base, or they came all the way from the States. But they set up shop. I'm available if you need to talk about anything. And I knew what the positive effects were from my previous experience. And of course, I didn't have anything wrong with me. So I was like, yeah, whatever. Hey, thank you for being here. I know this is going to work out great for everybody here. And I don't need to talk to you, but somebody else might. So I appreciate you being here and being available. And that's all that doctor said. It was like, they're psychologists, so they specialize in that kind of stuff. And they were like, nobody's forcing you to talk to me. You don't have to talk to me. Anything you say to me is confidential between you and I, and let them know what the deal was. And It doesn't mean anything if you talk to me. It doesn't mean you're any better or worse off than anybody else. I'm here to help, right? And of course, all the meat eaters are like, I'm good. I don't need to talk to anybody. But eventually, what ends up happening is guys, sneak their way over to, because I love the way that doctor did that. Set up an office and it's like doors open 24/7. Just literally the door is open, or if it's not, then I'm probably just taking a break and resting. But knock on my door, whatever. I'm here for as long as they were there, like several weeks, I think. If you need somebody to talk to. I was like, oh, that's perfect for these meat eaters out here who are not going to come out. Yeah. Nobody's going to raise their hand right there and say, I need to talk to you, doc.
No, 3 a.m., you wake up with a bad dream, and then you pop in there.
And that's what happened. So I thought that was great. I was like, I told doc that too. I was like, hey, because eventually, everybody's waiting until there's nobody around. They're, sneak and go knock on the door. It's like, hey, doc, I need to talk, right? Are you available? So yeah, and it did happen. It has had a great effect on like the after effects of people having to, like the survivors, all the survivors that are having issues with whatever it is they had, either a part of it or some part of it, or just were there and were jacked up, right? Mm-hmm. And rightfully so.
Did you ever eventually talk to the doctor there?
Yeah. Yes. So that actually, I don't want to take credit for it, but I saw the positive benefits of the doctors way back when my State Department contracting days, when the psychologist showed up then, and then what had happened there. And there wasn't a protocol to do that. Like, incident happens, 3 hours later, we're deploying doctor to this, so there wasn't a protocol yet. For that. And I'm almost positive we didn't have any doctors like that in country at the time, but we did after that. That was one of the things that came out as a result of that. Just have them on site, because it's going to take however long it takes to fly all the way to Afghanistan. I mean, days. And then to get to a particular site, I mean, it could be a week or two, and then, we need somebody on the ground now. So, yes, I talked to this the office that this doctor came from, and I said, I saw this thing in State Department in Southern Iraq, and this just happened. I was there for this, and somehow this needs to happen, like as a protocol, as a standard operating procedure. But I already knew there was guys in our organization that needed to talk to a doctor, but they weren't going to go. I said, give us a briefing. Just show up in a briefing capacity. I'm not here to help you. There's nothing wrong with you, kind of thing. I'm just here to give you a briefing in case you need it, right? In case you want to talk, in case somebody wants to talk, right? I'm asking for a friend, kind of thing, mm-hmm. Right? That was perfect the way they laid that one out. And I said, just to have dedicated folks who know what we're doing, know what kind of exposure we have to this kind of incident, and can be available, because I don't think we had a whole lot of psychologist staff like that. I don't think so until after that. I think there were ad hoc one-offs, we'll hire a doctor for a little bit,
right? But it wasn't protocol.
Yeah, and then I'm pretty sure they staffed them up for that, because we then ended up having a part of a dedicated doctor to come, just made themselves available. And the way they did it, I thought was perfect, because they just came up, you got a briefing from the doctors, they're coming in, whatever, And then they always said that, this is where I'm at, this is where my office is. I'm always over here. I'll be here if you need me here. And if you want to talk about anything, doesn't matter. If you want to talk sports, well, whatever, So they were great at what they were doing. And little by little, the guys are, walking down the hallway to their office, hey, doc,
Oh, that's interesting.
You got a minute?
I mean, it seems like a good protocol. I mean, there's no doubt that seeing those traumatic things with people that you're so closely bonded with are not gonna. I don't know if you ever fully heal from something like that, but at least having a professional on staff to talk with immediately after, I think, can mitigate a lot of the pain that goes on with it. And it probably helps guys a lot when they get out, you know, not dealing with that baggage. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah.
Now, I'm curious. I don't want to. We don't have too much time left. I'm curious. Sort of geopolitically, like kind of going a bit macro. You know, based off your time in the CIA and you know, operating with them, and you know, all of your prior military experience. I'm curious if you can weigh in on any current events, specifically what's happening in Russia or with Russia in Ukraine. I'm curious if you have any, you know, thoughts or just general personal opinions about, you know, the invasion of Kyiv and how long you think it'll go for, and what you think, you know, like Putin's ultimate plan is. I'm curious what your thoughts are generally.
So, personal opinions, yeah, got all kinds of those. But yeah, so Ukraine they were criminals before this whole happened, and we thought of them as such. But as far as Putin's concerned, I think he's stuck. I mean, he started something that he obviously can't finish. And I honestly don't know that he knows what to do at this point. Like, so, but I think we should we should have been the ones to broker a peace deal. Even right now, just turn right around and say, okay, cease fire, stop what you're doing, stop being an ass. And you guys, you know, get your piece of the pie, and you get your piece of the pie, and everybody just, you know, stop. It's probably too late for anything like that. I don't think it's ever too late for that. But it's just got to be a smart enough person to be able to put something like that together and make everybody feel like, you know, it's in their best interest to stop these things.
Do we have the political leverage currently or prior to the invasion to broker that peace deal, geopolitically speaking?
I think we could have at the outset. So, and I think instead of our president wanting to make it seem like he was tough and supporting a fight against Russia, I think he should have brokered the deal. I think he would have been seen as like a lot better leader, and probably better in the global community, even seen as somebody who was able to, like, okay, it's like I teach guys when we're shooting. It's like, you don't always go to guns. There's a lot of things you do before you have to pull a gun out on somebody. So, and you know, that's a serious thing. So before you do that, here's what you can do, right? So even though I've done all the things that I do in my training programs, I don't say, well, yeah, first thing you're gonna do is shoot him in the face, right?
Right.
Like, so I think that would have been a better option, I think, for us as a country and us globally, I believe, if he would have been that person. But everybody wanted him to be that, like, show your toughness, right? And we're not going about that the right way either, but...
Interesting. So you think it came from a desire to be, you know, politically tough and, you know, staunch, and we're going to stand up to injustice, and we're not going to try to negotiate with, you know, evil people.
Yep. So, you know, so this is all based on the backside of the Afghanistan pullout debacle. So my whole opinion on that is it was done poorly. And we could have left Afghanistan years ago, but we could have, if we did it in a more logical way, we could have left with our dignity and our status in the global community better intact. And the results will probably be the same, though. Taliban would have always been, they're always waiting to take back their country. They were just waiting us out. I mean, literally they were, and they would have taken it at whatever. A little bit more, there was a lot of honest feedback on, you know, when you talk to, you know, military strategists and planners and stuff like that, I get that too. I mean, if you're a hammer, everything's a nail, right? You just hammer it, just slam it. You know, plus up, get more troops on the ground, all this other stuff. You know, that isn't always the solution to everything. And, you know, Once that ball rolls, and I think that's what happened in both Iraq and Afghanistan. We could have left a long time ago in a better position globally, strength-wise, perceptions, and all that stuff years ago. But if done the right way, we could have done it with a lot better, like, standing in the global community. Because the way we did it was just,
Yeah, it seems so
it
abrupt.
was embarrassing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was embarrassing. Yeah, and it doesn't matter what they're saying in the news about, well, that's as a positive thing as globally. I mean, I think everybody sees that as a, like, whoa, didn't see that one coming.
Mm-hmm.
The Americans just dropped the ball on that one.
Yeah. And what was the reason to stay in Afghanistan for as long as we did, do you think? It was just we weren't sure what to do? Or there was was it a strategy that didn't really pay out?
Yeah, so I think we stayed as long as we did in Afghanistan specifically, because they were never at a point where we could be comfortable. Like, okay, you guys are good now. We're good. We're leaving. So, and guess what happened? That's exactly what happened. They weren't ready for. So that's what I'm saying. We could have left years ago, and probably the results would have been the same. Taliban moves back in. They take care of the country.
Mm-hmm.
Right. The way we did it. Hell, we left a lot of stuff over there for them. We used to say we own the night, right? Because we have night observation capabilities and all that stuff. Well, now they got it, right?
They got all the technology.
even from a soldier fighting perspective, they got that. Whether they are proficient enough in using that kind of stuff is a whole nother thing. But we could have left a long time ago, and we've done that before. We did it in Iraq, where you destroy all the things that you brought with you. If you can't take it out with you, then destroy it. Mm-hmm. And then give enough time to destroy your stuff. I was in Iraq when we did that on several bases. The military as a whole, they're closing up shop. You destroy everything you brought with you. You return everything to the dirt that you started with, and go home. Go home.
Otherwise, you make them stronger.
Yeah, flags flying high and mighty, and U.S. is here, and we're gone, and have a good one. Right.
Right.
So you don't see that impression that was left in Iraq, in the global community, even in our own United States amongst Americans.
And how is that connected to the Russian invasion of Ukraine?
I think it was I think China's got the same mentality. We can do whatever we want to right now. What are they going to do what are they going to do about it? What are we going to do about it as Americans? Probably nothing. Because we don't have the backbone, and we're so inundated with all this sidebar crap. And again, I referenced the 9/11 memorial about this whole trying to push everything down our throats. In my opinion, they're trying to push all this stuff down our throats, all the woke stuff. It's like, I don't care what you do. I don't care what you do in your private time. Just do your job, right? What were you here to do? What were you hired for? What do you get paid to do? Then just do it. I don't care what you do in your personal life. Right. And I've worked with people who have different lifestyles than me, and all right, I don't care. Just while you're here with me, do your job. That's all it is.
Do you feel like some of it is like a psyop? Like to try to, I've heard people throw this theory out that there is like a psyop to try to, destabilize American society by creating so much infighting over, social issues within the country, that we're not really noticing what's happening geopolitically.
Yeah, I don't. Well, only because I don't give credit to the people that might be doing that to be smart enough to do that. But I do. There is some things going on. So while we were busy in Iraq and Afghanistan, what has China been doing? They're building bases. They got a base in East Africa right now, right. Djibouti. They got a base there. They're cutting right across Africa, and so the first time in their history they've projected power like that, right? Mm-hmm. So they've got all the shipping lanes. They got a base or bases coming that are in the big shipping lanes. Djibouti's right on the edge of the Red Sea, the Suez Canal, and all that stuff. That's that shipping lane there, and then off the Gulf, the Gulf of Oman and into the Gulf. They're building a base in, I'm not sure what country that is, but they're right at the mouth of the Gulf, the Persian Gulf, which is another oil shipping lane. Yeah, they've been doing well. We've been screwing around in Afghanistan and Iraq all these years. Like, hey, you guys are busy over there. We're just don't mind us. And we got a base now in Africa for the first time in our history.
Right.
So, yeah, if I don't give them a lot of give them that much credit for putting a plan together like that to destabilize us like that with all this crap. I can see that happening. I don't know who would do that. I know that they're capitalizing on the destabilization that we're doing internally. I know they're doing that. I know that I give them enough credit for that. And we're talking China and Russia, either one of them. China now more specifically, because they're shipping all the drugs into Mexico that are making it into the United States. None of this helps about the borders and stuff like that. I even have my own family members, Mexican families who came across the border, right? They'll get upset at me about my position on the borders, right? Lock that shit down, right? If you want to come into America, come into it legally. Because they all came across legally. They all came in my family history. So they came across legally, they contributed to the country, and they're proud Americans. And so it's Mexican Americans, right? So flag waving patriotic Americans, right? Everybody jump into the military because that's where we're at now. That's what we're going to do. Contribute to the society, have jobs, pay taxes. We're paying a lot of taxes, but that's what we do, right?
Right.
Yeah, be a contributing member to this country and to the society that you're living in, your neighborhoods. And then, my dad used to say that. Back to my dad again. He's like, yeah. And I don't speak a lot of I don't speak hardly any. I'm going to say I don't speak any Spanish, but I understand some. He's like, nope, you're going to speak English. He goes, and so he made it a point not to speak Spanish in the house to where we couldn't understand it. He's like, you're speaking, this is where we're at now. We're in America, be American, red, white, and blue, flag waving, patriotic, we speak English here. It's like, all right.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, so even from that, it was like, I don't think I think that there is like some sort of they're capitalizing on the internal like destabilization. And we've been doing that for a while. And we've been doing that for years. And then I give them credit to do something like that.
What do you mean we've been doing that?
Like fighting amongst each other about topics.
Right.
There's always been a diversity thing, racism, and hell, I'll even tell my own grandkids, mixed race. It's like, so they hear racism, they hear the word racism. Like, you don't know what that word even means. They redefined it, obviously. So there is such a thing as like discrimination and those kind of things based off of your race and your religion and sexual preferences and all that stuff. There's always been that. That's an actual term. But I don't know about this racism thing. I was like, watch what you say, because that means a lot of things that they've redefined and they don't know now. So hell, even my granddaughter said that. I was like, you're in school. You wouldn't be allowed to go to school. You wouldn't be allowed to drive a car if there was real racism still in America. And if there's discrimination, there's biases and unbiases and all that stuff. I'd totally get that. But to I mean, who has the most to gripe about right now, in my mind, is the American Indians, the Native Americans, right? Who are literally put on a turf of ground, told this is all you get,
right? And
don't ask for any more.
And then when they found oil on that ground, they're like, all right, go to a different one. Yeah, we're not gonna put you on the good ground.
So if I had a highlight people in America who had a gripe, that's who has the gripe. And I hear a whole lot from the Native Americans, but you do hear every once in a while, give us back our land, Mount Rushmore and all that stuff. There's folks out there. So nobody's really tackling that whole like real problem.
Right.
Those are real people who are having issues with the history of America and where they're playing their part in it today.
Right. But now I wonder if China has control of TikTok and they're able to potentially algorithmically promote ideas into the U.S. populace.
Yeah.
And could those ideas that they're promoting create more infighting and take attention off of what they're doing?
Absolutely. Yep. And I absolutely, and Russia's no different. I think they're both doing that to that extent. Like the, it's how to get the message out to the masses, right?
Mm-hmm. Should TikTok be banned?
It already is on like government services, government cell phones, stuff like that. I don't know. That's I don't think it should be banned. But everybody should be made aware of what's happening on it and who has access to it and what your information is. That's with every social media platforms and all those messaging things, TikTok, Facebook, all of them, every single one of them. They should be made more aware of it. And what does it mean to me, right? Because I know people who are like, I don't have any secrets. I don't care. I mean, I can just put my information out there. It's like, so from a personal information standpoint, right? Who's managing your information, appropriately?
Mm-hmm.
Who's selling your information to third parties and all those kind of things. I mean, so just from a personal information security, I think people should be aware of those kind of things and what could possibly happen, because then we have all this other stuff that's happening as a result of the access that everybody has now.
Mm-hmm.
So human trafficking, all that stuff, just there's so many things. So that's how they're getting some of the kids. They're getting through the games and talking to kids through their gaming systems, or their apps, any other messaging apps, right? They're targeting. That's how they're getting some of the kids.
Whoa.
So there's so many things that, when you start, so controlling or banning, right? I'm not, that's First Amendment thing with me. It's like, you're free to use what you want to use. If you want to be on TikTok, then use it. But here's who controls your information, and here's who controls you in a human trafficking, or any class you take, anybody that's talking about counter human trafficking stuff. That's one of the biggest ones. That's how they get the kids to talk to other strangers, right? It used to be this back in the day when it was person to person, stranger danger, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now you don't know who that other person is. And they're just an avatar, or they're just a fictitious person. And that's the sick minds who are targeting kids that way.
Whoa. So bad actors are targeting kids and then basically trying to like coerce them to meet them somewhere and then trafficking them.
Yep.
Whoa.
Yep. So to that point, why wouldn't China do that from a political standpoint, right? To try to persuade Americans, or whoever they want to, really, to think a certain way.
Mm-hmm. Traffic the minds, in a way.
False information, false news, whatever you want to call that, too. I mean, that's a real thing. I mean, that's like that's an old school, I don't know, like a campaign to provide false information. I mean, that's been a tactic, strategy for
oldest time.
Yeah. So who's not to say that they're doing? I give them that much credit to take advantage or manipulate what they already know is going on, our internal stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And my whole thing is like, I don't care. Just if you're going to work with me, then just do your job, right? So I don't need to know your personal, too much information, right? Keep it to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
While you're here, do your job. Do whatever. Behave yourself, right? It's like I don't need to believe in your beliefs. I don't need to do what you're doing. I don't need to accept what you're doing. We're in America, right?
Mm-hmm. But we can coexist.
Yeah,
and we can work together.
Yeah, and that's not being just like the brokering the peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. That isn't happening here. We got the left and right going back and forth with each other, and nobody's just saying, okay, stop. Just stop your shit, right? You be you, and just be Americans, right? Have some sort of central, like national pride So that has gone by the wayside, which I think some of that too could be seen as like I don't know, like a campaign that like China would run, right? Like, because that's gone. I mean, but that's been happening for years too, though. Take the Pledge of Allegiance out of the schools, because you used to do that when you showed up for school in the morning. The Pledge of Allegiance. Somebody gets picked out of the class, and you get to lead the class in the Pledge of Allegiance. That doesn't happen everywhere now.
Right.
We talked about earlier too about having some sort of like a central faith of some sort. You can be whatever it is you want, but have some sort of sense of accountability to a higher authority, right? Like at one point, I'm going to be held accountable for my actions.
Yeah, these rituals of nation building are extremely important, I think, for any nation.
Yeah.
And in America, it feels like it has been deprioritized. Because when you're a kid, you're like, oh, this Pledge of Allegiance thing is kind of silly. But I still know the Pledge of Allegiance to this day. And if you're building a nation, it is important from a framing perspective that people buy into what it means to be in a nation. Because ultimately, all the borders of a nation and the nation itself is a human invention to an extent, right? And you need to get people to buy into the invention of the nation.
Yeah.
And once you take out what it means to be a member of that nation, then you start to lose the thing itself.
Yeah. Yeah. And national identity, something that's everybody's common, whatever you're doing. And that's what, just being around here, if you get in an Uber and there's a guy driving the car and he's from some other country, those people, even some of the people coming across the border, are like, they came to America, right? They're so proud and happy to be here.
Yeah.
I was a doctor or something in whatever country, and he's here and I'm free to do this. Is so much that I love it here. There's freedom, and there's he sees all the different races, and
it is funny. In New York City, the most patriotic person is Mohammed Salim that's driving the Uber. That is the guy that's like, I love America. Like that guy loves it here. And then you ask like some white girl from Brooklyn whose dad works for like Raytheon, and she's like, I hate America.
Yeah,
it's like, what? Like,
what happened?
Yeah,
right?
It's so funny. It's like it's in the city specifically. It's an
where
inversion.
did that go sideways like that?
Yeah,
and I hear it all the time. And those are the folks, right? And hell, I was again back to the 9/11 memorial, just being a tourist, and those are the folks that are in the when you talk about diversity, right? Anybody who says that America's racist and systemic, all this crap, go to the 9/11 memorial and see the faces on the wall. And it's not all just white people on that wall that died that day.
Right.
And it's about as diverse as you can get. And if you don't go into the history of all these people, what they believed in their lives and what religions they were, look at that just mosaic of like, no shit, if you were a believer in America, that was America.
Yeah. America might be the most racist country, but only because we have the most races. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to be racist in Sweden because it's like it's all Swedes. Like we all are the same. So, but despite like obviously our tattered history with racism, we have the most races, and it's pretty peaceful. Like you walk around the street in New York City, the most diverse place maybe in the entire planet.
Yep.
And everyone's pretty good. And obviously, there's going to be racial discrimination that happens in the U.S., but it's not bad. I mean, like, it's easy for me to say as a white guy, but comparatively to a lot of other nations, they're not confronted with the issue of racism to the same extent because it's so homogenous.
Yeah.
And I think the Bronx is literally the most diverse place on the planet, and a lot of people coexisting, and that's beautiful to see. I think that's what makes America so unique and so special.
Yeah, it is, and this is a perfect example of that. Oh my God, it's like it's not a particular person on the street either that you see homeless. You can go to L.A. too; the same thing's there. It's like, who's homeless there? It's not just a particular people, race, or whatever they are. It's not a particular person. They're just people. Collectively, representation of who is America, and it's about as diverse as they can get. Always has been. There's always just been the politicization of those issues to be campaigning on. So again, it's like stop. It's like, get over yourself, right?
Yeah.
It's like, just be real about what's going on. And so if you all go back to whenever, you can go back to whenever that is too. So there's the past is the past. Get over it, right? Future is the future. Like, look that way, right? Okay, be understanding of what, and put it in schools. History, that's our history. All right. I wasn't a part of that either. I wasn't alive back then either. Okay, it's a history. I understand it. That was also the history of the world at the time. It wasn't just us. Everybody's doing that. They're getting people from Africa and shipping them out as slaves. That was a thing. It happened. It was a part of global history, and we're a part of that. And we also went to war with each other to stop it, and it stopped. Sure, there's all these biases and discrimination, and people still think whoever they are the best thing ever, and everybody should be like me. But there's not the issues that there's people in power that are saying that. It's like, you're a black female in a position of power. What?
I do think there's a little bit of like a perception issue where, there's so much marketing that goes around the American ethos that says we are the greatest country ever and we're the best in America. You come here and everything's going to be amazing. And then there are people that have, racial discrimination in the United States and they go, well, it's not the best for me. So why do you keep saying it's the best? And I think it's almost we're creating this framework that America is perfect, and then people are finding reasons why it's not perfect due to the messaging. Yeah. And I think people need to be just realistic and nuanced that, yeah, we have problems, and America's not perfect, but it's pretty good, and it seems like really working on trying to amend our tattered history and the fucked up things that our country did. Yeah. And I think having a nuanced view is the most effective approach to say, there's bad things that happened before, we're trying to make them less bad, there's obviously going to be problems, but it's still a pretty good place to live in comparison to human existence.
Yeah, yeah. And so they'll even, I'm through counseling, relationship counseling, all that stuff over the years too. So they apply certain things to like, I don't know. It's like, okay, I screwed up in my past. You can't be held, don't hold that against me if you're like, when we're talking relationships. So we can go from a macro, like two people having a relationship to
400 million, whatever.
The world, right? It's like, all right, get over it. Get over yourself. All right, we're going to try, okay, this happened. We've done this to get to this point. We're here now. That was then. This is now. What's ahead of us, right?
Yeah, but if I get in an argument with my wife and I did something wrong, I can't just tell her to get over it. Try that with your girl. Just be like, get over it. No, you got to like apologize, try to make it right, and then do better.
I said that. It didn't go well.
No, it doesn't. And that's what I feel like a lot of people in the U.S. are doing. Where they're like, get over it. And it's like, no. You got to apologize. We got to work on it. We got to make it better. And then we can move on. Yeah. But you can't do that with your wife.
So somebody is a little bit more articulate. Yeah, because I have said that. I think I got a face slap.
Yeah, you might have deserved it. But no, I think that's what we need. I like what you said, that we need someone that is going to broker the peace within the political factions within the U.S. to focus on the bigger picture.
Yeah.
And hopefully our conversation has mended some people's perspectives as to what's going on globally.
Oh man.
And that we can stop the nonsensical fighting in the U.S. and try to move past our individual differences within America to try to focus on what's happening geopolitically. And realize that there's a lot of other countries out there, and some of them may be malicious or, trying to, suppress America's standing in global rankings and things like that. So
more people need to come here to the Bronx and New York City and get Ubers and talk to the drivers.
That's true.
And they will be the most patriotic person ever. Yeah. after listening to their story.
Also the nicest people. They're just like, they'll take you around. Like they'll wait if you need to go somewhere. They're the best. I love Uber drivers.
And they appreciate everything that they have. It's like, I got a car here. I didn't have a car back in my country, right?
Yeah.
I got gas. It's cost me $4 a gallon, but hey, I get gas, right? I have money to get gas.
I gotta be more grateful. I talk to people in the U.S. and I'm like, damn, I gotta have your mindset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome. I love America. But it's trying to get that national, pride back.
And unify things.
Yeah, yeah. Just some central, that needs to be the central focus of whatever it is we're doing.
Yeah.
And do what you do. It's America.
Well, your story has gotten me fired up, so I appreciate you sharing it with me.
Oh, yeah.
And
Appreciate
for,
it. Yeah.
for
Thanks for
taking the
having
time
me.
to be here and just to lay it all down and answer my dumb questions.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it a lot. Seriously, this is really cool.
Oh, you had some pretty good questions there. It's like, yeah, well, that's a great question.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
I appreciate it.
Had a good time.
And next time you're back in New York, we'll do it again.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.